Hello everybody, and welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. My name is Ristretto. It's nice to see you. Nice to meet you if it's your first time here. Hi. And welcome to, I guess, a night where we're going to be playing some Monster Hunter Rise for the Nintendo Switch. I hope you guys all had a nice day today. Today's Mother's Day, so I hope you got to spend some time with your mom, or I don't know, just think about moms in general who are pretty rad or pretty awesome in your life. Something to be thankful for. Anyways, like I said, tonight we're going to be starting 6-star hub in Monster Hunter Rise, which is getting closer to the end there. I'm making progress slowly. Not all the way done collecting all the gear I want to yet, but some of it we'll have a chance to farm up even later on in hub, so I figured I'd do that instead. So, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some beans here, and we'll jump on over to the game. And I want to take a moment to say hello to you guys, because there's many, many nice people here right now. So, hello to Hilda MH, welcome back to you. Hello, Uchi vs. the World and Fish Kebab. Hey, Miyabi. My Mother's Day was nice. I got to see my mother-in-law today and my father-in-law. We spent some time with them. I spent some time with my mother like 2 days ago for Mother's Day. Hello, Marth's Tip and Turquoise Tempest. Hello, good to see you. Who else is here? Let's see. Lots of good folks. We got Sixth Quill and Biotech. Welcome to you guys. Welcome to the Digit Artist, excuse me. Welcome to Syphonia and Basil Boy and Pro Cow. Hope y'all are doing well this evening. Welcome to Dragon on Fire. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody if I can help it. I don't know if Game God's dropped by yet, but if Game God's here, welcome Game God. Ah, Zelda fan, of course. Zelda fan's lurking. Thank you guys all for being here tonight. Only really played Portable Third and World Iceborne. You feel bad for that fact, but at least you're trying to broaden your Monster Hunter Horizons. There's nothing to feel bad about there. They're all really good games. They're all worth experiencing, so if you're enjoying other video games, that's okay. You don't have to just play Monster Hunter. And if you're just unable to play this one yet, don't worry. It's going to be there. And it's an exciting game. There's a lot of potential and there's a lot of fun in this game, but it'll still feel that way when you play it for the first time if you decide to. So, no sweat. Hello, Mellow D2. Welcome to you guys. Cheers. This is probably too hot to drink, so I'm not going to burn my tongue on it. I'll leave it for a minute. As hard as that is. Okay. I think we have 1 or 2 more quests in 5-star before we can jump on over to 6. Let's see what we got left here. There's not much. But we'll be doing our urgent Zuzune sometime tonight, for sure. What do we have left? We have 3 quests left. We have to capture a Rathian. That's right. We tried this quest and failed it. Then we have Bizarrios and Volvodon, and then some small monsters to kill. We were tasked with doing this with Sword and Shield. Let me go ahead and jump back over to a Sword and Shield that's relevant, and we'll do that quest again. We just freaking murdered that, right? I forgot all about that. That was how we ended our time in Monster Hunter Rise last stream, is we just freaking destroyed Rathian. Post HR20 now? Nice job, Marks. I just made this Jaggy Sword and Shield sometime recently. I know it's one of people's favorites in this game. It doesn't make, so let me make sure I'm understanding how ramp up skills work. Has a chance to increase attack power when your sharpness gauge is green or lower. That's neat. I wonder how that works like. So let's say I apply affinity to boost 2 here, and then I upgrade the Soldier's Dagger to like Soldier's Dagger 2 or 3 down the line. If I want to get one of the newer ramp up skills, I have to remove the ramp up skill and then reapply a new one, right? That's how that works in this game? I think it is. Nice, Mellow. That's it. Okay, that's how it works. Thank you, Bio. Cheers. So like if it's a weapon where I don't really necessarily need to upgrade it right now, I don't really need to do this ramp up skill. I'll just kind of use this Sword and Shield how it is, I think. It's a shame I don't have Bludgeoner on this set. Bludgeoner would be really handy for this Sword and Shield with all its green. Okay, let's try that Rathian again. Hello, Credence. Welcome to you. After this, I'll be letting you guys choose my weapons as we go through the game tonight. Can't you just upgrade over it? You can upgrade over it, but like, well, maybe you can just upgrade over it. You don't have to remove it first. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe you can just do that. I haven't tried it before. It's best to just wait to the end of the tree. I probably won't wait till the end of the tree. I'll probably upgrade some of the elemental ones as we go, because I like having the boosted element. But for raw options like this, where like I have other raw options too, there's no real reason to waste the materials on it. Why waste the materials? Because I like to take my time through the game, and I like actually having the boosted element from some of those, but I won't do it for every weapon. Some weapons can't get certain things unless you get a ramp up earlier in the line. I do know that. I've heard that to be the case, which is interesting. We'll have to try and pay attention to that when we're selecting a ramp up for some of our endgame items. I was doing a little bit of grinding off stream. I got some small monster bits and finished upgrading a couple weapons. Still more to go, but we're just always going to have stuff to work on collecting. Okay, we need to capture this Rathian. That's why there are traps in the box. Need to not kill the Rathian this time. Recently read that elemental exploit is plus 30% element on 25 elementals hit zones or higher. That sounds pretty nice. I have yet to actually check out elemental exploit. I've seen it on 1 or 2 weapons available, but I've not checked it out. That's quite the opener, isn't it? Jeez. Oh, that's a bummer. I gotta watch out, I'm gonna keep bullying her just like last time. Yeah, you really notice, Martz, how they've really depreciated the actual tells from the monsters. The monsters really don't limp a whole lot. I do actually need Rathian materials. I need Rathalos Medulla. So I'll try and cut her tail because that's one of the chances we get of it. I think soon, Mello, we're going to be doing a high rank multiplayer night. I didn't do one earlier because it was just going to be a pain to kind of police sets from folks. I didn't want folks to only be able to hunt like Royal Ludroth and Kezu with me because that's all I really need parts from right now. That's all I really have access to at this point. So once we get access to some of the tougher hunts in 6-star, I think we'll be ready to have a multiplayer night. 1 or 2 of them before I move. I'm going to be moving in about 3 weeks' time, so there'll be a couple weeks or days where I won't be streaming as much. It would be nice to hunt with you more. I can't believe what they did to Sword and Shield, man. It's so good. Oh, I forgot to put my grinder decoration in or something. Yeah, I must have. Oh my god. Feels good getting the uppercut in. It really does. Especially when she's up in the air. Oh man. Rathian is sure you can fodder? Mm-hmm. This poor thing. She didn't deserve this. Eternally, you must be begging for tail flips? I don't really care, man. I don't know. I'm not to the point in the game where I'm like, every time I can, I want to hit Shoryugeki. It's just like, I don't know. When the fancy strikes me, I'm trying to hit Shoryugeki. I do feel bad for Rathian. Oh, and I failed it that time. I fear the bee. The opening's really, I mean, it's not super tight, but it's not super generous either. It feels just about right to me. Oops. Failed that timing. I was gonna try and roll it, but nope. Oh my god, this weapon, dude. I'm dead. Oh man. Hot sword and shield trip, try guard sword and shield. Sometime soon I will, Via, once I have more access to relevant armor pieces and decorations. I can fit that in a little easier. I think I just wasn't paying much attention to my health when I should have been. That's funny. I will try it, Via. These Rathian emotional roller coasters. Well, hopefully I don't just dunk her out of the air like last time. Last time we got the uppercut on her in the air and she's freaking died and failed the quest. And it was like, oh, bummer. Okay, where's she going? She's going up here. Okay. I always think it's kind of funny when you get carded like that. You just get you're moving so hard that you're just like, oh man, I'm moving. I've got this. You just keep comboing until you die. And you're like, oh shoot, I wasn't even looking at that green ball. Oops. She didn't actually dunk that time. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Adrian July. Hope you get the ruby. Aerial tail cuts are quite satisfying. Trying to roll out so I can guard. It is pretty funny, isn't it, Uchi? She's not weak yet. I had to check. I was looking at A Dragon on Fire. There are folks out there with like 600 hours of playtime in this game already. I don't know how. I thought that might happen. I should have stayed down. There you go, Uchi. You're welcome. There's another example. Probably does take quite a while to farm up all those different sorts of armor sets. The deadly triple charge. Off to a terrific start. We really are. This is how warm-ups are supposed to work, right? Where were we? We were up there? She's still up there. This is the Rathian revenge for last time. I guess so. She's like, you were supposed to capture me, not kill me. Excuse me. Okay, she's still not limp. But we're gonna have to watch ourselves with how many dunks and stuff we're getting in. We're at 261 attack. Oh, right, because I have Fortify on this set. I forgot about that. I've been running Fortify since we started, or since like a little ways into high rank. It's on the Arzuros helm, and I liked how the Arzuros helm looked. So we're about to be hitting hard here. We gotta watch ourselves. If you did every hunt with 0 carts, it wouldn't be fun to watch. I don't know if I believe that. I bet it would still be fun to watch. But, still. Intentional carding? Sure, you can say that. Totally intentional. Well, I was facing the wrong way or something. That was weird. How's the progress going? We're just finishing up 1 or 2 more quests in 5-star, and then we're going to be starting 6-star tonight. Pretty good, Viggy. I've collected quite a bit of gear. We're unlocking switch skills still. This is the Lance switch skill quest. Doors come from the center of the monster. Do they really? That's interesting. Oh, I missed. I totally missed. That's a bummer. With every part of the Shorigeki. It's too far into the hitbox there, I guess. Oh, right, again, center of the monster. Oh, I couldn't get the Shorigeki to come out there. I thought I was going to be able to, but nope. You don't have to use the same weapon for the switch skill quest. Nope, this is the Lance quest and we're using sword and shield. God darn it, are you kidding me? Again? Oh man, I suck. I'm gonna have to turn on maps for this kind of stuff because they just don't limp anymore. That's twice I've failed this capture quest. Carry dung bombs and just dung bombs? Like all the, what? You just dung bomb them all the time? You have to, I mean, I can just as easily stop and press plus if I was gonna stop and dung bomb to check the map. I guess fortify wasn't really the thing there. Alright, we'll try that one more time. My goodness. Sometimes they do not limp away, they hold their ground. They rarely limp away in this game. You just prefer dung bombing when you think it's around time? Eh. I think that with how much I check to see if they're limp in this game, because they don't limp very often, I would just end up chasing around the map too much, Vio. Sorry. Hi, Fog. We just failed a capture quest again. We bullied Rathian too hard. Try using a low rank sword and shield. It's not like I want it to take a long time. I just... I don't know. There's a line between not watching the monster closely enough on the capture quest, and then there's also just the monster showed no visible signs that it was weak. Rise, I think, has a couple instances where the monster just doesn't appear to be weak. Flashes blue on the map. I'm talking about visual indicators, Skiffy. Not little HUD icons telling you, oh, your monster's ready for capture. Not your cats telling you in the chat, oh, your monster's ready for capture. I'm talking about the monster giving you a visual indicator in the fight that they're ready for capture. Interesting. That's why they put the blue icon there? Yeah, well, that's shit. I don't know. Sorry, I'm in a spicy mood about that because we just failed this capture quest twice. The series has always had really nice visual signposting in the fights themselves for if the monsters limp or not. Does that capture skill exist in Rise? I don't know. Like, I don't feel that way. Like, I wouldn't be that outspoken about most things, but like, dude, it's been something that's been in the games forever. How do you screw up limping? Like, what? I normally would not be quite that outspoken about it, but just... Lucky life bag. Where is that? Oh, hello. It's such a treat to hear you be that kind of adamant on stream. Well, it's just like, I don't know. This series is known for that kind of thing. This series is known for like, hey, the monsters feel real because they need to go eat, because they need to limp away and sleep, that kind of thing. So like just removing part of that just because, oh, we put a little blue icon on the map and we hear cats yell at you every time the monster's ready. It's like, that's lame. Oh yes, the realistic world of Monster Hunter where tiny cats send you a DM every time your Monster Hunter or your monster is ready for death. Like, it's just lame, dude. Just like me. What a start. No, it's the wrong button. What a start to the stream this is. So like, sure, I could just look at the map and be like, oh yeah, there's my flashing blue icon. I could just have the cats be like, here monster, here's your DM saying the monster is ready for capture. But that's stupid. The only visual cues have been limping in the map since the capture guru skill came into existence. Yeah, and I think that's good. So them making limps like almost never happen because we have like fancy blue flashing icons and DMs is like lame. I like this game. That's one of the things I would say. Hey, please don't do this. Please don't take away limps. Limps are cool. If anything, add more visual indicators of how the fight's going. That's fine, Skippy, but don't take away the limps. Oh, I still have the cats with me. Oh well. I don't think them having the indicator is bad. Like, I don't particularly enjoy the indicator because I like that about the series. Is like, oh, the monsters indicate to you via their actions how they are in the fight. But I don't care as long as the limps aren't removed. Limps are almost removed in Rise. I mean, like, monsters still limp, but it feels random whether they will or not when they're weak. Yeah, that's all I want, Skippy. I don't mind that there's an indicator in the game, but like, I don't think that's the answer to like removing limps isn't, oh, just look at the indicator. The answer is no, put the limps back in the game, dude. It is better than the heartbeat thing, I think. The little visual indicator on their monster icon, Uchi. Perfect marks. Any kind of visual indicator. I don't care if they limp away, just give me a visual indicator in the fight itself of how the monster is doing. Not some HUD element or DM from a cat. Yeah, how World handled limping I thought was fine. Oh, I should watch my health. I did 2 fog. Are you talking about in Portable Third? Or in this game? Because Portable Third had an R0's capture quest, I'm sure I failed. Although in that game it didn't matter. Oh, in 3U! No, I think I did do the 3U one. I think I know the one you're talking about, yeah. It was in 3U? Okay, I think I failed it as well. You can clearly see he's weak right now by its slow movements, but it's not. It's not, Zachariah. If you look at the map, look, the indicator's not flashing. It's not weak. It's tired. It's exhausted. That's a different thing. There's exhaustion. Oh, I should have looked it up with Shorigeki. And then there's limp. We're talking about limp or weak, like ready for capture. And the two are very different. How could I forget failing a capture quest 5 times? What? Did I do that? Oh my god. Then this isn't that bad, at least. So it's, I mean, exhaustion is an indicator of how the fight's going. If a monster exhausts like 2 or 3 times, you can go, yeah, they're probably getting closer to dead here. But not having the limp be active, or not having them limp a lot of the time is just obnoxious. That's like one of my few complaints about this game is certain little details of the monster AI. Like the monster AI in general, in terms of fighting them, I think is pretty great. It's just little details of how they go around the maps, how they encounter other monsters and stuff that I think could use a little bit more improvement still. But it's neat that they're still trying things between World and this game. They didn't rest on their laurels and just go, here's World's AI. Nope, they changed it up quite a bit. So I have faith they'll keep experimenting until they find the right way monsters should move in these new environments. Yeah, I mean, it's been little things the whole game, but yeah, I do miss the limps the whole game. This is not a thought that has only occurred to me tonight because of this quest. But I am being pretty careful now. Yep, there's some changes they made from World's Monster AI that I think is improved, and there's some that's worse. That's okay. I just want to talk about it and call out, like, no, a visual indicator and your cat's calling you out in the chat is not the same thing. Oh. There we go. She's limp now. It only took us 3 tries. Jesus. Let's see what Lance unlocks for its 3rd switch skill. I don't know what it is yet. And like, in repeating a quest or in using one weapon or one setup over and over, you can get used to how weak monsters are going to be, but when you're jumping around from weapon to weapon and set to set, I mean, if they don't limp, it's really hard to tell sometimes. Nice, we got plate. I have lots of Rathian plates. That's like 13, I think. Spiral Thrust. Okay. Check my talismans here. Oops. Blast res, ice attack, diversion. Right now I'm melding Suspicious Fangs from Kezu for elemental talismans. Trying to just get elemental talismans with a slot, that's all. Just count damage? Yeah, dude, just count staggers until you know the exact HP of the monster. Sounds like quite the skill, Skiffy. Alright, let's go see what this Lance thing's about. Oops, that's the Buddy Plaza. We have 2 more quests in 5-star, then we'll go to 6-star here. Sorry to start the stream off on like a surly note. Okay, we have Anchor Rage. Oh, we can get rid of Anchor Rage. A defensive skill requiring a shield and some patience. The technique is to efficiently brace and absorb the power of the incoming attack. Oh, this is Power Guard. I thought this was the freaking Anchor switch skill. Bummer. The technique is to efficiently brace and... Okay, whatever. This is what we normally have. A lightning-fast 2-step maneuver to reposition and counterattack. This attack uses your shield to parry, then uses a wire bug to send you thrusting forward. Use it to confuse your target and unleash a wave of strikes. While holding ZL, press A. Reposition with L after the attack to lead to the next. It can also be halted at the first movement. This sounds weird. Whoa. No, this doesn't replace Power Guard. Dang it. Okay, so we can't get rid of Twin Vine. I really don't like Twin Vine. How do you... I forget how you warp yourself to it. Yeah, it's ZL and B. I really don't like that. I guess you can get into a charge after it, so it's not that bad. Weird. Okay, so instead of the charge up one, you have... That's so interesting. Looks like it's just doing 2 hits, though. Thought it sounded like it was going to do more. More than 2 hits. Press X after the second thrust? Okay, let me try that. It goes straight into a combo, yeah? That last poke is massive? Okay. Mon's made a build out of this? Whoa. That is pretty huge. Oh, and you can reverse attack after it, too. This move is nonsense. It's crazy looking. The reverse attack's a lot weaker, though. Oh, well. Hit all 3 hits and has 250 motion value, and it's a parry? Wait, it's a parry? I missed that part somehow. Is the parry right at the beginning? Yo. Look, Marth, that greatsword attack was some BS. This is a lot nicer. Well, I say that as I get hit a couple times. God turn it. Hang on. You gotta learn somehow, man. That's pretty crazy. And what's up with this blue stuff? Why is it blue? Does it boost my attacks for a little while? Don't know how strong the blue buff is. Doesn't mention anything about a buff. Attack, it's very strong. Check attack is blue. Okay. So my attack is 217 and with 10% affinity. It seems to only activate if you do it and actually parry an attack. It's 20 raw. That's pretty nice. 20 raw in a high rank game's a big deal. Cool. We'll definitely use this when we use Lance next. That's exciting. Okay, one more actual quest here. Hone your heavy bowgun. Hunt a Bizarrios and a Volvodon. That's so much more than Anchor Rage gives on that attack. Anchor Rage seems like it's kind of tough. I mean, I'm sure if you learned one matchup against a monster, you could be looking for the moves that give you the buff, right? Give you the good buff. Yeah, Anchor Rage feels like most of the time it gives you kind of small buffs, and unless you're waiting and using it for certain moves to buff, you're not going to end up getting the buff with the highest damage. It also feels like Anchor Rage only lasts for like 5 seconds, which I guess that one does too, but that one's not only a parry, but some strong attacks and a buff. So it's like, why would you not use that? That's cool. That's exciting. That's a very interesting tool. I'm excited to dodge in and out of some moves with that. Is that really how it works, Lost No Frost? That's weird. It's based on knockback? I thought certain moves would proc it with like their damage or their motion that they hit you with, regardless of how many guard skills you'd have. That's really, if that's how it's actually working, where like the more knockback you take, the higher the buff, that's really not a good design. The Spiral Thrust doesn't have infinite guard. Yeah, it has a tighter timing for sure, but I mean, that's okay. That's fun. Ooh, this should be fun. This is in the arena. So, if you want to choose my weapon for this last 5-star quest here against Volvodon and Bizarrios in the arena, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. How that works is when you type that in, it puts your name into a hat. I'm going to draw someone's name out, and that person gets to choose what I use for the next hunt here. Alright, Ace, lesson time. Strategically strike from a distance like the Volvodon, or get up close and personal like a Bizarrios. Add their fighting styles to the long-range, high-powered, heavy bowgun, and you should learn something new. I'm gonna go by the Buddy Plaza. Hi, Game God, welcome. What'd you say? Are you talking about in chat here or in the Discord? I saw your post of your new time in the Discord, Game God. Congrats to you. I was working on something, so I didn't get a chance to type in there, but congrats to you on your new time. It's good to see you too. Yeah, this should be a fun night. Tackling some new hunts, stuff like that. Forgot the trade-offs with Dodge Bolt Bow. Would you explain them again? Yeah, I can take a look at it. part of the trade-off is related to the weird kind of glitchy animation canceling Bo does a lot of in this game right now. I think you asked about it the other night and I forgot to explain it. Let me jump on over to the training room and show that off while we're doing this weapon raffle here. Okay. So, with regular dash, right? When you dash, you level up a charge level, and you shoot. Something you can do in this game is right after the first rapid shot fires, you can immediately fire a power shot. It's like a weird animation cancel in this game where you can basically fire arrows out before the first one stops firing, which is really strong. Dodge bolt is a little different than that. Where the main, like, the intended differences for dodge bolt are that, yes, it does not raise your charge level, and it's a shorter distance, but it's got a parry to it, which is hype, because you can parry things. And it's also pretty quick. But you can't shoot the power shot quite as quickly out of it. I mean, it's close. The difference is probably negligible there, but you can't get up to your highest shot type level as quickly. And you do kind of need to find space for a bait extender in your builds if you want to be able to like move around with it very effectively. So I've grown to like the regular charge better. Dodge bolt also consumes less stamina. That's good to know too. I need to really practice with that. There we go. As soon as the shot fires off, you can fire the other one. Whoops. If you do it too soon, though, you just cancel into the power shot instead. Whoops. Did it too early. Does the parry do anything? I think it does buff the shot afterwards. Does power shot dodge maintain charge on regular? Yes. If you parry, you immediately go up 3 levels of charge. Thank you, Lost No Frost. That's excellent to know. So let's see that. It's pretty hype, it's fun, but there is a little bit, I don't know if you can shoot everything quite as quickly. You don't move around as much, but it is neat. I might need to play with it some more, honestly. Whoops. Pretty close, it looks like. I think with my execution, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference if there was a difference between those two. Is there a category for Freedom 2 on Twitch? There should be. You probably know this as well, but dodge bolt, even not parrying, does damage up close. Yep. Not a lot, but a little. On an 100 zone, it does 50 with this bow. Alright, last call for the weapon raffle. Watched someone play Freeman Knight last night. It was awesome. Freeman Knight is a very fun game. Tough game, but fun game. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what I'm going to use for this last 5-star quest. What was what? Arcane Doctrine. Earth Turtle Monster? In the training area? If you go to the training area, it's based off of Tetranodon, which is a new monster in this game. So here's Tetranodon. He's a real monster. This is the Tetranodon, as I've dubbed him. It's the training dummy, where you can see how much damage you're doing on it, and it totals up the damage. It has different hit zones. It can fire projectiles at you. You have the options in here where you can have it like you can have it track you. You can have it lower its head or raise its head. You can have it shoot projectiles or stomp its feet. Only play generations 1 through 3? No worries. It's a monster that's new to this game, and this is a training room in this game. Training rooms were something they added in the last game, which was Monster Hunter World. And then this is this game's training room, which has even more options and cool things to experiment with to see what your damage is like, what different moves do. It's really neat. I believe the game actually calls it Toad Versary, but I will always call it Tetranodon because that's what I think is what it should be called. Okay, let's see what I'm going to use for this next quest. Scared of the newer monsters? How so? Why so, Arcane Doctrine? J. Novice, what would you like me to use for Volvodon and Bizarrios in the arena? It's not rigged. Heavy Bowgun? Alright, let's get it. Let's take a look at their shot type zones real quick and their elemental weaknesses. So, Volvodon here is going to be weakest on its head and its back, really. Pierce 1 could be okay for him. He's weak to water, thunder, and ice. They're both weak to water, so if we had water, we would have to choose between the two, but it would do well on both of them. Bizarrios is pretty bad shot type damage. It takes a little more on its abdomen and on its legs. And it looks like Dragon and Water are both going to be okay on it. So I think probably what would be smartest? I don't know, man. That's really low element, too. Is Ignactor in this game? Nope. Wish it was. Let's take a look at what heavy bowguns we could craft or what we could upgrade right now. I haven't made a whole lot of bowguns yet in high rank, so we may have to take a quest or two to make something. Okay. We have the Queen's Long Fire, but that's not going to fire water shot. I think looking for a good Pierce gun would be a good idea for this quest, probably. Is Spread Heavy Bowgun good in Rise? I think Spread's pretty decent. From what I know, Pierce is really strong towards the end of this game. I don't know how everything shakes out in terms of balancing, because I'm just not at the end of the game yet, and I haven't been really paying a close attention to speedruns or anything like that, because I don't want to get spoiled on late game stuff. That's usually the case, Miyabi. I think there are probably some exceptions, but that is usually the case, yeah. The Rajang shooter. We shouldn't be able to make that yet. The Journey Jelly 2 might be a good one. Man, it fires so many types of ammo so well. But I've already used that for a lot of quests. I think we should search out something different. What else could we make? Lagombi has good Pierce. We'd have to stop to reload. Has water and freezing. Piercing ice. Barioth Heavy Bowgun is good, Pierce 3. I haven't fought Barioth in high rank yet, so I can't make that yet, unfortunately. I think Barioth is in the next rank. Narga works too. Haven't really fought Narga. I fought Narga once. I'm still pretty early on in the game. I'm still in 5-star hub, so I'm about to fight my first Mizutsune in high rank soon. We've been going through really slowly, clearing all the quests and kind of using all the weapons and collecting a lot of gear up on our way through the game. So we have yet to do a lot of monsters still. We're very slow. We're about 200 hours in at this point. Yeah, probably not that many folks streaming the game are still on freaking 5-star. Nice and slow, I guess. Okay. Well, water was going to be useful for Volvidon and like a little bit useful for Bizarrios. Feels like the game came out last week. The game came out like over a month ago now. We could actually craft the Rajang one, but I don't think that's really what we should use for this quest. Is white Velociprey in this game? You mean Geodrome? No, none of the Preys are. The Lagombi one might not be bad, but we have to go get some Lagombi pelt. Nope, there aren't a whole lot of. I mean, let's see. There are some returning monsters from 3rd generation, like Royal Ludroth, Volvidon, Lagombi. Let's see, who else? There's a couple other things like Arzuros and that kind of stuff. There's some returning monsters from 3rd generation, but not a lot. Okay, I need to pick something here to settle on and actually make. I think I want Pierce. We could make the Izuchi one. We just need 3 tails. Ugh, I'm so sick of getting Izuchi tails, man. Great Baggy and Great Roggy, they are too, yeah. Dat Boy Queen, I know he's in the game, but I'm trying not to talk about monsters in chat that I haven't seen yet. So if you guys could refrain from talking about some of the late game monsters or update monsters, that'd be nice. I'm not upset or anything. It's just we're trying not to talk about them until I've gotten to them. That's all. I don't really care about knowing that they're in the game, but I try to avoid most of the details about the new fights and returning monsters until I get to them. I think we might just roll with the Queen's Long Fire. Now, does this gun need anything? Let's see. No deviation, average recoil, below average reload. Let's take a look at the ammo details. We're probably going to be relying on Pierce. So we have Pierce 1, which is fast, and we only have two shots of it. That's pretty rough. Maybe this isn't the gun for us. Normal is going to be okay, because it's a big normal gun, but that sounds like a dumpy way to handle this quest. Maybe this isn't right. Have you seen Bishaten Heavy Bowgun? I looked at it real quick here. I know Marth was rocking it when I played with Marth briefly the other day, and Marth was using Bishaten while we were playing. Oh, it's further down here somewhere. There it is. I need one more tail case, so we could scoop that up pretty quickly. It fires Pierce pretty well. It might be good for this, actually. Doesn't fire any of the elemental ammunition we need, but I think this looks like probably what we need to do. Left, mild deviation, some recoil, below average reload. Okay. I think we have everything else to make it. We need low rank talons though. That's so rough. Ugh. Well, we can go back. We'll fight two Bishaten real quick. How far are you in this game? You're new? I'm partway through high rank Arcane Doctrine. Just partway. Actually, wait 1 second. Okay, there we go. we're gonna go hunt a low rank Bishiten, a high rank Bishiten, and then take on this arena quest here because I want to do it with that Bishiten heavy bowgun. Sometimes 2 quests turns into 4 quests. That's just how it rolls here. We've taken 2 months to get here. I'm not in too much of a rush to rush on through. Just use cluster bombs, easy peasy. Against them both in the arena, though, they're probably going to be staggered. They probably won't have them both jump in at the beginning of the quest there. Haven't even played World? That's okay. If you have any questions about this game as we go through Arcane, feel free to ask. I'll try and explain. I'm not like a master of this game. I'm not an encyclopedia like some people are about how things work, but I'd be happy to try and answer questions about it. And good thing they don't Lost No Frost. I like Bishiten, he's cool. Alright. I think we need talons from him. I want to break his wings for that. And it looks like capture him. So break his wings and capture him. Can you see the monster list? Sure. These are the monsters that we've encountered so far. There are tougher monsters tied to a mode called Rampage in this game that are Apex, but they're different than the Apexes that were in some other games in this series. Do you like regular Nargacuga or Deviant Nargacuga? I've barely ever fought Silverwind Miyabi. I started with Generations, it was my first game, but I didn't fight all the monsters in that game, so I never really fought Silverwind Nargacuga. How difficult are the newer games compared to the older ones? To be brutally honest with you, I think that the new games give you a lot of new tools that make the games a little bit easier. That's not to say that there aren't still difficult challenges, but the ones that are there are going to be different kinds of difficult than the old games, so it's just kind of a different feeling. The overall experience is a little more streamlined. There isn't quite as many things that just feel harsh and out to get you. Oops. But there are still tough challenges to be had and enjoyed. That's how I would describe the new games. And the style of difficulty that's in these games is not present in the old games. I would say that the newer games are difficult because they're very reactive and quick. And you have many options from both the monster and yourself you have to be thinking about at all times. The old games are a little bit more predictive, where you have a simple set of moves from your weapon or a simpler set of moves, and a simpler set of moves from the monster. You just gotta kind of do what you can with that. Oops. What's up, Gamer Flashy? Whoops. Everyone knows you should use Helmbreaker when you're in white gauge, right? I thought he was gonna fall straight off that cliff. No, we fell off the cliff. Fade slash too strong. Dude, infinite iframes. You just fall off the cliff instead. Can you rank the difficulty of Free Night and Rise World out of 10? Well, I can't give you a difficulty rating on Rise yet, because I haven't gotten to the end of the game, so I don't know what the end game challenges feel like. Are you asking for an overall rating of the game's difficulty to play through? Are you asking for what is the most difficult it gets to at the end of the game? I think that it's going to be a pretty difficult comparison to make just in a scale like that. I'm someone where I don't really rank the games in terms of favorites or anything like that. I think that each one of the games has both strengths and weaknesses, and each one of the games has unique challenges and difficulties to it, honestly. Even when you're coming between different, like, third generation or second generation games, they're still going to have different experiences in them that will challenge you a little differently, even if it's subtle between some of the closer entries that are closer to one another. Oops. I think in general you can say, though, that the new games are more streamlined and a little easier, whereas the old games are a lot harder and unforgiving in a lot of ways. That's just something you can say. Not to say that there aren't hard things to do in the new games, but it's definitely a lot easier of an experience overall, or more pleasant of an experience overall in some ways. Some people like the difficulty and the satisfaction that comes from clawing your way to success in the old games. Some people like just kind of the streamlined fun of the newer ones, and that's okay. Roggy, do you want to not? Yeah. Totally. I think some of the endgame stuff in Iceborne is super difficult. That's why I have that clarification. Because, like, I mean, like, low-rank village in Rise is easy, but it's low-rank village, so that's okay. Endgame stuff in Iceborne, there were some pretty difficult challenges. They were difficult in different ways than the old games were, but they were still difficult. Oh, okay. So that doesn't have any iframes to it. Good to know. It's also kind of tough to rank difficulty because there's so many different ways to enjoy Monster Hunter. Like right now I'm fighting a low-rank monster in the hub with unupgraded low-rank armor and a low-rank weapon, and so I'm having a harder time than if I was using upgraded armor, or if I was using different tools, or if I was using upgraded gear from high rank. Like there's just so many different axes to try and rate a game's difficulty. It's really kind of what you make of it. It's hard to be specific, like on a number scale like you're asking about. It hit something. Oh yeah, there's also this in this game. You get to ride on a monster. This is the new version of mounting that's in this game. You actually get to control the monsters and have them fight each other. It is more in-depth than the older mounting mechanics. It's definitely more, like, it's definitely stronger than the older mounts in terms of the damage you can do to the monsters while doing that. But it happens less frequently, and there's more choices involved in it, so I like it overall. Maybe you could say which Monster Hunter was more enjoyable. That's tough too. Like more, I mean, like, that's kind of leads back to like favorite. Favorite would essentially be like most enjoyable, right? I think there are things about each Monster Hunter that are really enjoyable, and I think they're often different things. So that's not a particularly easy question either. Too early. Nope, never mind. Perfect. Ah, dude, freaking Helmbreaker, so broken. Are you wrong? He's not my favorite monster, actually. In general, this topic can end up being a little too nuanced to have a huge discussion about it. I mean, it's going to be different for every person, every person. There's no... That's why I often will stray away. When people ask me what my favorite Monster Hunter is, or especially like if I was asked more often to rate difficulty on the games, like out of a 10 scale, I don't know. I usually kind of deflect the question like, hey, I think there's just different things about different games that are worth playing. Because it really is, I mean, both because I really believe that, and also just because you're going to feel different about it than I'm going to feel different about it. I'm some jerk who likes soloing stupid hard stuff in Freeman Knight sometimes, then also enjoys carding to Rathian and Rise half the time as well because of how I treat the games. Like, just, I'm going to enjoy something different than you are. So while I can tell you from my perspective, like the different things I think are strengths and weaknesses in a Monster Hunter game, at the end of the day, they are all different and they are all worth your time. If you really like Monster Hunter and you like the gameplay of it, even when it changes across the different games, it's worth your time to go back and see it. Define all? All of them, Fog. After this game, when I finish my time in Rise this year sometime, probably in like mid to late summer, something like that, we'll be going back to Monster Hunter Freedom for the PSP and we'll be playing through all of that game. I've never done that game before, so it'll be a journey. We're going to be trying to do all the quests that we can in that game and use all the weapons in that game too, and just learn. That's my goal on the stream, is just have fun learning different types of Monster Hunter. Don't think you can counter this. Oh man, the hitboxes on that move are pretty gnarly. Whoops. Spin into spin. I dig it. Oh, wow. Well, we're gonna miss that Helmbreaker. You can counter the flash? Oh, good to know. There we go. Broke something there. Thank you, Fal. I'm glad you're here to keep some sense into us. Keep some general sense to the chat. No! The startup of that move gave me poison. Just being near him while he was doing a poison fruit move did it. I would disagree with you, Datboy Queen, but that's okay. Oh, I was supposed to capture him. I wasn't paying close enough attention. I would say the same thing, fish kebab. Well, hopefully we get the talons that we need. Agreed, Fog. Yeah, Rathian and Diablos are the two that I like. I know that second and first gen, like I haven't fought first gen Diablos, I should say. But second gen Diablos I think is still a pretty cool fight. I think Rathian has always been solid. You like Pink Rat the most? Me too. Yeah, Azure Wrath is a bummer. Okay, we definitely got the talons we needed. That's good. Thank you, game. Plenty of talons. I want off this ride. I'm excited to fight Apex Rathian more. I've done her a couple times in the Rampages, but I have not yet done her outside of the Rampages, and I'm excited that that is a thing I will get to do at some point here. Okay, let's see here. Heavy Bowgun. Bishaten. We can just make it. That's easy. Need a tail case. Whoop. Tail case plus. Break the tail, 100% drop. Sounds nice to me. I have yet to make a gun lance set in high rank. I really need to do that soon. I just went to use lance or gun lance and was like, I don't have an armor set that I want to use for those. Feels bad, man. Actually, hang on, I'm not even doing anything right now. Want to see your equipment box? Okay, I'll show it in just a second here. We've spent the whole game farming up weapons. Oops, that's the wrong charge blade. I wanted this charge blade. The only way to see your whole equipment box in terms of weapons is to just go to the set rampage skills. But here you go. Like 5 pages of weapons. We've been taking our time. I've not been collecting them because like, oh, this is the best weapon for right now. Just, I've been collecting them because I like having the different elements and I like having some statuses and I just like collecting the different designs. That's what we've been spending our time like doing Lost No Frost, and like getting to collect them up at each point of the game. Like collecting them up in appropriate gear definitely stretches out the amount of time where we're being challenged by new things and we're having fun progressing through the game. If you go to the end of the game and then you just collect everything then, I think it's a little bit less fun to go back and just stomp monsters in 2 minutes. Is there a cap on how much equipment you can have? I sure hope not. I sure hope not. Any tips you can give me about gunning Lost No Frost, I'll be happy to take. I'm not very good at it. You'll see when I start actually gunning. I didn't do all 14 weapons in World, so I'm still getting used to some of 5th Gen's changes. Oh, you can see your full box at the box. You just have to click on the box instead of the weapon type. Can you now? Oh, equipment box. Yeah, you can. You're right. Gotta sort it. Yeah, we're sort like 5 pages of just straight up equipment, and that's with some kinsects in there, I guess. Speaking of which, I need to remember to make new kinsects. Okay, let's check our talisman. Fire attack with a slot. That's all I was looking for. And we got a stamina thief on there too. Nice. All right. Let me start doing water attack now. No, I like it too, Fog. I think they did a good job of doing that for her. She's challenging in a way that is like you have to practice the fight and get better at it to deal with it. Not this is obnoxious like Azure Rathalos. On Gani did the testing, you get 40 pages of equipment. Okay, well I probably will be okay. Thank you, Ice-T. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're well. Just love seeing full equipment boxes. Thanks for that. No worries. Okay, we just need to break its tail. Okay, weakest to ice on its head and its tail. Good stuff. Hey, FPS. Welcome to you. How many per page? I would guess like 30, personally, but I don't know. Is this the first game to give us more than we need in equipment boxes? I forget if there was a cap in World or not. I think GU probably did not. GU was probably the last game that was like, no, you do not have enough room for all of the equipment in the game. Hey, Rajang's in this quest. I will not hunt him right now. I need to solo a Rajang sometime soon. I did it with Falison when we were doing our co-op stream last week. Where's the bird? Where's the bird? It says the bird is like right on top of us right now. Oh, there's the bird. 50 per page. Thank you, Deadeye. Okay. All right. Gotcha, Crystal. Dranger, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. Hello, Dranger the Hunter, and hello, Raiders. Thank you so much. Whoop. Hope everyone's well tonight. Missed. Thank you for the shout out, Uchi. How was your stream, Dranger? What were you guys getting up to in Rise? Whoop, gonna get hit for that. Love this monkey owl. Bishaten is cool, man. Whoops. How good is the overcharged sword playstyle on Charge Blade? You know what? I haven't tested it. I didn't really like it from World, so I do the overcharged axe playstyle instead. I like it though. Overcharged axe is really rad. Whoops. Oh, gonna get hit. Charge Blade in general in this game gives me a tough time. I definitely feel like it's the weapon I'm having the most trouble with in the game right now. Not that it's not strong and I'm having trouble killing monsters, just that I'm having a hard time learning to fit Charge Blade's big, slow punishes into the monster's quick openings. It comes with practice against the monster, I'm sure, but I'm just having a tough time overall. Makes sense, Lost in Frost. I used to do that when I first started playing Monster Hunter. I think it's a pretty nice way to play, especially if you just really do like some of the weapons more than others. I think it's really fun and challenging to try and learn all the weapons as you go through. And it definitely extends your playtime a bit. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Oh, it missed. No. I even got the wire bug counter to come out. It just didn't counter. And that missed too. We're just going for the S80 this time. Okay. I got you, Lost. Cheers. That makes sense too. Different folks have different relationships with Monster Hunter. I don't play anything besides this game, so I like trying to make it last as long as possible. But other people have other things they want to do with their lives. other games, other things. Pookie Pookie's here. What the heck? Fishy 10. There we go. Alright, well cheers, Stranger. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope your stream was fun tonight. Nice, Jane Alvis. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for the files, Pookie. See ya. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? What a dummy. I forgot to put any decorations. I'm eventually gonna make, oh, the shiny drops. I also forgot those too. Whoops. I'm eventually gonna make actual sets for each element, but I haven't done that yet. So far I've just been setting them manually. Which leads to forgetting them like this sometimes. Whoops. There we go. Okay, and then Bishop 10 is over in the clearing still. It's a bummer I forgot those mats. They're probably still there. Let's see. Materials seem to lay around the environment for quite a while in this game. I also need to leave my cats behind still. So is this a totally blind run? I mean, I know of some of the monsters that are later in the game. And I've played Monster Hunter before. So it's not totally blind or anything. But I don't really want to know about monsters that are later in the game from where I am. Like, I know that let's see. I know that there's going to be a high-ranked Diablos. I know there's going to be some Apex monsters because they've advertised them in some of the update content trailers and that kind of thing. But I don't want to know much about how those fights work until I encounter them for the first time, because that's really fun for me, I think, is trying out fights for the first time and seeing how they work. So that's the kind of spoilers I'm looking to avoid. I also don't really know much about the final bosses still. Whoops. Should have just baited out that roar instead of just blindly comboing into it. Whoops. Would you rather have Hunter arcs back, or do you prefer the new Wirebug functions? I definitely like the Wirebug functions better. I think that these basically have more of a trade-off because they're sharing a shared resource with your movement and your recovery options. I think that's cool. I also like that with the switch skills, you're customizing basic aspects of the weapon's moves like a style would, but you get to do it piecemeal. Nice dunk. Thank you, Bofongo. Okay, so the second swipe will hit you, even if you block the first one there. Good to know. This is going to be the 2 move. So a big opening here for this. I was going to try and guard point that, but nope. Wolverick Gaming. Cheers. It's nice to meet you. I hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter so far. My goal is just trying to, I don't know, learn about all the weapons as much as I can. I'm doing that slowly, but I'm doing it. Oh gosh, and that's an SAD. Whoops. Gibatron, cheers. Welcome. Okay, let's try and use these fruits if we can. Nice, outrange the flash. So far, you're pretty good at CB. I'm like, okay. We have a lot to learn. A lot to learn. We'll probably clear the quest, but I don't know. I want to get so much better at trying to fit in Charge Blood's options to different monsters in this game. It feels like a real challenge to me, because Charge Blood's options are all so long. Okay, over to the clearing we go. It was called Master Rank for all versions of Iceborne, yeah. Even in Japanese, I believe. Fishizen's just a royal pain. I like him. He's cool. You avoid fighting them whenever possible because his hitboxes are literally broken. Which moves give you trouble? Or which moves bother you like that? There are a handful of hitboxes in this game that are kind of weird or janky. Because it's a Monster Hunter game. And they just always have had them. Whoops. Have we broken the tail yet? I don't think we have. Nope, there we go. The wing attacks just seem too short. When you go to counter something, they always go a little shorter than they look. Gotcha. Oops. Yeah. That move, unless you hit a button, it sticks you in place for a while. I need to learn what the safest, like what the quickest option is out of that counter to get out of the way. Nice, got the tail. Nice. Right by the tail here, we can't get hit. Goodbye, sharpness. Nope, he missed. Ooh! I wasn't expecting that move at all. That was like a tackle, and then a little follow-up to the tackle. Dang. He almost got me. Chicken of Dia, you want a Rotten Vale sort of map? I'm excited to see what other maps they'll add in an expansion someday to this game, if they do one. Wasn't aiming super well, that. They do come out really quick, those wing attacks, don't they? Same with that one. Should be making more use of those wire bug counters, huh? Too early for the guard point. Hops around a lot, doesn't he? Just finished the Monster Hunter movie. Gotta say it was way better than you were led to believe. I saw some clips the other day and I did not like what I saw of it. But to each their own. I'm glad you found a way to enjoy it. Glad someone did. Whoops. Whoop. Oh, he's on the wall. Right. I was a little slow. I was like, oh, he left already? No, he jumped on the wall. He bamboozled me. Can I reach him from here? Probably not. Nope, a little too far away. Oh, and he does the spin off of the wall. That's cool. I've usually knocked him off of there, so I hadn't seen that before. Yeah, that's how I felt looking at the clips. Follow up? Nope, no follow up that time. Nice. Oh, I wanted to hit the tail so badly. Not sure if you can counter that one or not. There we go. Nope. I thought for sure that was going to hit me. Those usually hit so far away. Guess not that time. Hey, Ben. Welcome to you. Also, hi, Crystal. Okay, so that's really slow. I think there's probably a charge files option in that. It would be quick, wouldn't it? Nope, wait, that's the wrong button. Oh, being in the air makes us don't get stunned. Interesting. Dude, Bishaten, my goodness. Oh, and he backs up too. What a jerk. Couldn't even counter the big spin move. Nice. Guard point dunk. How can you turn off damage indicators in the blue skull thing? It's all in the options, Chicken and Dia. I'll show you in a second here. Okay, so in the options, you have damage indicators, display, don't display. And then for the HUD settings, you can turn off a lot of stuff. I have like the quest objectives turned off. I have the map turned off. I have the target camera icon and large monster info turned off, which you can still see, by the way, by pressing R3. Shows up for a minute and goes away. And then within the chat menu, I have a couple other things down here turned off, like the action bar and stuff like that. Within the chat menu, chat log, filter settings, you can turn on and off certain types of shoutouts here. I have the buddy chat turned off in here because I don't like when they tell me when the monster's ready for limp. Or when the monster is ready to limp, rather. Hey, Crimson Gunner. We're going to be doing some gunning in just a moment here. But yeah, that's how you turn those things off. I like it because it makes it a little bit less visual clutter, and I like having to watch the monster for when it limps. Unfortunately, they don't really limp all that much in this game. So that's a bit of a pain. You can leave the buddy shoutouts on if you want to have them tell you whenever the monster's ready to limp. Or you can leave just the icons in the top right on if that's a little bit less visually obtrusive than the whole map, etc. I think just me going a little slower would probably help me with Bishop 10 here. That's something I constantly have to fight in 5th gen Monster Hunter in general, is like your controls are so fluid, you can do so many things, that it tends to make me kind of try and do way too many actions per minute, or way too many things all at once, when I should just be patient and see what the monster's going to do instead. Oop. Nope, or not. I feel like they balance the monsters around the new movement also by making them move a lot more. You can definitely see that even like if you compare a low rank monster in this game versus a low rank monster in World, they have faster moves and they have a lot more moves, which is to compete with your moveset and the many ways which you can move around and take advantage of fights. They did a good job of starting to expand the monsters to take advantage of 5th generation in general. Oh man, that missed. Too bad. At least that didn't hit me. Whoop. Can't do a guard point out of a file load like that. That guard point just doesn't want to proc very often in this game, the round slash guard point. No. I just feel like I'm getting, like I said, I need to slow down and just watch what the monster's up to a lot of the time rather than try and make all these openings for myself. Interesting. My files didn't explode all the way because the Roggy hit me first. Roggy. Oh yeah. Soloing hub stuff can take a long time. Yeah, this hunt did take a little while, didn't it? I like that personally. I don't know. Sometimes if you're really decked out to the nines in your best gear and you've practiced a monster before, it should be pretty quick. It should feel good to fight it. But I mean, if I'm learning something new or if I'm not really using gear that's super duper strong, I shouldn't be killing monsters left and right. Ow. Especially when I'm not getting hit every second like that. Is this Flood Forest? It is the Flood Forest, yeah. No, that would be better for a Sade. Ugh. Live and learn. As in Gen 3? There are 2 Gen 3 remakes in this game. Arcane Doctrine. There's Flood Forest and Sandy Plains. Sandy Plains is incredible looking. I'm feeling pretty darn dumpy against this guy with Charge Blade right now. Bishop 10, you're just being mean. It's okay, that's his prerogative. There we go. Sold every hub quest and it feels so good because Village is so easy. Well, Village is supposed to be easy. I don't really have a problem with it. I've heard it said both ways, Marth. I've heard people say SAAD and I've heard people say SAID. You can't really do it for AED. I would never say AID. Get your aid off. It is Lost No Frost. Frame drops too. That cliff up there gives my Switch at least some frame drops. Is the pickle-skinned T-Rex in this game? Yes, Anjanath is in this game. Oops. Okay, we should be able to take on that arena quest. I can't tell if they were talking about the pink-skinned T-Rex or the pickle-skinned T-Rex. Don't mean to be that guy. No, you're good, Sociostash. You're fine to ask questions whenever you want. I love asking. I love being able to answer questions about some of the older games I've played. That should be a tail there. It said 100%. Yeah, okay. It was. Does Portable Third have a place to cook meat outside by hand? Yes, you unlock a big spit in the farm that you can cook up to 10 at a time, I think, with one of your cat buddies. So you'll spend poke points to upgrade that at the farm, or to unlock that at the farm. The guy right outside the entrance to the farm lets you do that. Pickle Skin is Devil Joe? No, then Devil Joe is not in this game. Load shells. Interesting. I forget which ones I've gotten, so I'll just go ahead and do Thunder Attack. Haven't unlocked that bit then? Yeah, thanks. No worries, Sociostash. Yeah, you'll get it eventually. Your wish list popping off? Yeah, renditioning. We need to craft some stuff. Let me see if I've gotten enough for anything. I know I need a lot of materials from some monsters still. Looks like we can make the Kezu hypo. That's nice. Oh no, we need the lower rank one. I need Thunder Sacks. Okay. I need something like 15 Thunder Sacks. And I was about to sit down and grind like 15 Kezu, and I did a couple, and some of them just didn't give me Thunder Sacks. I was like, screw this. I'm waiting for Tobi Kadachi and Zinogre. Okay, so with that, we should be able to make, though, the Bishaten Heavy Bowgun, which is what we were fighting that Bishaten for in the first place. Here we go. Okay. Let me take a look at what armor pieces have Pierce Up. Normal Up is spread out in a bad way, but let's see about Pierce Up. 2 points in Pierce Up on the Renoplos helm. We'll probably use that. Yeah, we'll probably use that. Let's see. We're going to start with our set how it is right now. Okay, so we have the Bishaten's Grace is what we want. There's a little bit of deviation. I think, do I have a talisman to deal with deviation? I might. I have load shells. I don't think that's helpful for bowguns, though. I don't know if I do yet. I don't think I do have a steadfast decoration or steadfast talisman. There should be decos. I don't have all the decos unlocked yet. Let's see. I looked for like recoil down and like deviation down decorations earlier today, and I couldn't find them. So I guess we just won't have them. That's okay. Not the end of the world. Alright, let's make that Renoplos helm if we can. Whoop. Wrong button. We need one more Renoplos Carapace. We can get that real quick. Okay. What else, though? Most of the gunner stuff comes up around this point. Sweet. I'm looking forward to it. What else should we have for this? I guess 1 point in Evade Extender would be nice. Normally I would put that on from the Roggy helm, but seeing as our helm will be for the Pierce Up, instead we'll have to use something different. Volvodon S has Evade Extender and Paralysis in 3 slots. That's nice. Rapid Morph and 2 points of evade extender. Ammo up and evade extender. Ammo up, huh? What's ammo up do? Increases bowgun loading capacity. That's nice. It's not gonna do all of them, but getting 1 point in that is probably better than nothing. We need a toxin sack for that. That's a bit frustrating. I probably won't go ahead and do that right now. We'll just make what we can. Can we make any of these? We can make the Volvodon Van Braces. Ooh, this is nice. Normal Rapid Up and Evade Extender. Ammo up needs to be level 3 if you're using level 3. Gotcha. That could be okay. I forget what chest we have on right now. I guess the helm we've got right now is mainly around speed sharpening. So sure, let's make the Tetra chest for that. Okay. So Renopoulos helm for Pierce up. This is going to have 1 point of normal up, which is kind of nice, and then 1 point of evade extender, which is all I feel like I really want. From there, we'll probably go for attack boost on the 3 lower pieces here. So right now, let me see what we've got on. Right now we've got the Alloy Van Braces, which give us crit eye, attack boost for the waist, and attack boost for the legs. Cool, so we'll still have attack boost 4. That's really all I'm worried about. Nice. Okay, so we need to go out and get that carapace, then we should be set. Let me grab some ammunition. We'll head out to the Sandy Plains real quick. So Arcane Doctrine, get ready for this. This is really cool. This is my favorite part of this game so far is the maps. The maps are really, really neat. What is it? Teki Cabra? I don't know what that is. But here's the Sandy Plains. They remade the camp and everything to look just like the one from 3rd gen. Oh, it's a Russian joke? Oh. And some of the areas you'll recognize from 3rd gen. Oh man, that deviation though. Maybe we should look for an armor piece to deal with that, because that's rough. That's frustrating. Especially if we're using Pierce and it's like at range. Oof, that could be bad. I wonder if the different ammunitions have different amounts of deviation though. Yeah, I don't like that. Is Tundra in this game? Nope, just those 2. There is an ice map, but it's not based off of the 3rd generation map in the same way the other ones were. Sniper decos are super cheap. I can't make them yet. Cool bow gun though. Okay. Hi. Nice, and the cat's gathered some stuff too. Yep, Annie walked by with a snack. Gossarog is really cool. Gossarog wrecks me with Charge Blade. Okay. The cat has had dinner, if you're wondering. Just a whiny cat. Okay. So we have to make the most attractive armor piece in existence, which is, of course, the Renopoulos helm. So attractive. Let's see here. Recoil down, rapid fire up. I don't know if we have anything to fix that deviation yet, at least not in high rank. Let's check low rank. Steadiness. Here's the Vike chest and the Vike coil. We could go for the coil, but that would drop some of our attack, which is a bummer. Hey, Biodrone. Welcome to you. How are you doing tonight? Good night, Annie. Alright, let me think about this for a minute. Where else can we get Evade Extender if not from our chest? I like the chest that we've got right now because it's going to boost our normal damage just a bit, which is kind of nice. I'm sure all this will be... You know what? I'm just going to deal with the deviation for a quest. We'll be okay. Just relaxing. How are the hunts? The hunts are good so far. We gotta fix this layered armor situation, but the hunts are good. Yep, a lot of those monsters from 3rd gen haven't been seen since Arcane Doctrine. Deviation's constant, so it's easy to get used to. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad for this one hunt. We're out of herbal medicines. We'll have to make some more. Thankfully, we can make quite a few. Let's make like 50. Okay, time to go ahead and get our ammunition all sorted, and then we'll go ahead and embark on our quest. It's only taken me a little while to get ready for it. Alright, so we're going to grab normal 2 and 3. We grab gunpowder level 2, pierce 1, 2, 3. We grab some latch berries. Let's see. What else can we grab? Looks like we can grab some spread ammunition and some sticky ammunition, some wyvern ammo, some poison ammo, some paralysis ammo. Won't need tranks, probably. That's about good. If you want herbal medicine, you can use the motley mix with blue shrooms. That's good to know. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and put a power barrel on this guy. Actually, before we put a power barrel on, let's go ahead and take a look at this gun. Look at the ammo details. The recoil is going to be high or very high on poison and paralysis ammunition, but the rest is lower average, so I'm not going to think about putting a silencer on instead. I was thinking about it, but we won't need to, I don't think. Let's customize bowgun. I'm screwing these menus up royally right now. There we go. Cool. Just a little bit of flames on the end. Okay. I think we should be good to go. Oh, heavy weapon doesn't have silencer? Either more power or shield? Oh, man. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Hi, Suevos. Good to see you. Talked to you in Falassen's Discord earlier. Fallassen. Gosh, still mispronouncing poor Fal's name. Alright, we're finally going to get around to doing that 5-star quest. It's only been a couple hours now. It happens. We will see Mizutsune tonight. That much is certain. Unless this quest really gives us the run around here. We're going to be relying on this gun's strong Pierce. Let me take a look at the crafting recipes for Pierce 2 and 3. Just in case. What are you using to lower reload? Nothing. Not worried about that. I mean, if it's real bad, we'll see. We'll see real quick, won't we? Okay, no. Advantage items. Man, I'm really goofing up these menus right now. Okay, Pierce 1 and 3. 2 is Pierce Ammo 1. 3 is just Gunpowder level 3 and Pierce Ammo 1. Okay. We're probably just going to stick with Pierce 2 and 1 for the most part. That's weird. Oh well. Probably use Pierce 1 on Volvidon and then 2 and 3 on Bizarrios. Hone your heavy bowgun. Pierce 2 should be better if you can't get recoil down. I don't think any of them are going to be a problem. It says average on both 2 and 3 for recoil. I'm not really worried about it. You have slow reloads on Pierce 2 and 3 and on Sticky, but like for the most part, it's like fast and fastest. We should be all right. Slowest on some of the status ones, but we just won't fire those. See if we can't buy anything more here. Buy one more of those. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast before this quest. I'll be right back, and then we'll start this quest up. Thanks for waiting and hanging out with me while we go through the game. Thank you. I forgot to unmute. Let's finally try this quest, is I think pretty much all I said. We're back. Ooh, they are both at the same time. Hell yeah. See how this works. We're definitely gonna gun the squishy one down first. You know what? Ooh, that shot's quick and high rank. Oh, and we're stunned now. Into para. No, but he missed the para. Could have been worse. Oh man. Every time I play Gunner again, I have to remember how to do the wire bug counter because it's on a different button. I still haven't gotten used to it. Nope, that was the wrong one. It's R and X. Dude, you can see me goofing the controls up so bad. You can heal while moving? Since when? Since Monster Hunter World. That's one of the biggest changes that game brought to the series, is that you can heal while moving. There's a lot of changes between fourth and fifth generation. 5th generation is the largest change we've had since 2nd to 3rd generation. By far. Maybe the largest change in the whole series. Oof. Yeah, that move's actually intimidating with bowgun because you can't just walk out of the way. Does Bizarros just dunk it? Probably. Ugh. Bowgun has these really nice side steps in this game. I just have to remember to use them after firing a shot. The roll is so much dumpier, it's not even funny. Probably did you a favor with heavy bowgun? Not even slightly, no. This quest would be so much better with anything that was more mobile. Which games were Gen 4? Monster Hunter 4, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, Monster Hunter Generations, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Thank you, Volvodon. Ugh. That roller, though. Mainly Bizarrios is meh. Yeah, but dealing with 2 monsters in an arena with a weapon that's really slow when it's unsheathed is just tough. This is a bad idea. Well, that's one way to do that. Can't you jump in the newer games? When your weapon is sheathed, you can do a wire bug jump in this game. You can do certain kinds of jumps in World when you're near certain areas. It's different for each one. There was an aerial style in Generations that lets you jump off of monsters as well, but there's not just like a jump button. Oh great, roar into para, but he missed the para, so we're good. It's okay, it's a good thing to learn Dragon on Fire. Finally. This is the heavy bowgun switch skill quest? Yes, it is. Heavy bowgun switch skill quest. Get tongued. Get tongued, Bizarrios. Gotta do it with heavy bowgun then? I haven't subscribed to that belief. I like doing the switch skill quest with whatever chat wants to see. Oh, I thought he was going to attack the Bizarrios, but I guess he was still attacking me then. I got you, Dragon on Fire. I'm not upset about this one. Don't worry. I should have been looking out for Bizarrios. Definitely going to run a little short on healing in this quest, I think. Yeah, we're doing okay. Having to learn on the fly for heavy bowgun. I have yet to use the heavy bowgun's counter, but really the counter, I feel like it locks you in place too much for 2 monsters anyways. I think that'd be neat, Commander Handful. Not being able to unlock all the switch skills unless you use that weapon. Oh, doing the aerial in the air doesn't automatically reload you anymore. Oh, it did. Oh god, that deviation though. No! Nah, he missed. What do I think of Wirebug's ability to let you control monsters, Miyabi? I like it better than Clutch Claw, and I like it better than traditional mounting because it's more it's more fleshed out. You have more choices with it, and it's less frequent, which is nice. You're not able to abuse it as much because of that. I don't like that it's forced and you have to do it, and I don't like how the monster's AI works around it. There's like little variants to how the monsters act around each other now because they're almost always going to trigger one of those mountable states. I think that's kind of boring because they act pretty much the same way each time. Oh god. So like, I'm glad it exists. I like it better than what came before. I still don't particularly like it that much though. Dude, I'm getting trounced. So slow. Turning radius is so bad. Yeah, this is a bad monster to be riding. Did you keep your cats out, or is it something to do with the quest? I kept my cats out. I don't play with them. I like trying to practice just the weapon versus the monsters for the most part. It's a personal thing, though. I just have a little more fun that way. They also do, like, a lot of damage. So if you actually want... I mean, that helps if you want to clear quests quickly, but if you're wanting to try and practice your weapon versus the monster, they kind of make the quest run a little short sometimes. Do you like turf wars, though? Those interactions are fun. In this game, I think turf wars are awesome, where they happen really infrequently, and they're fun because they're, like, very infrequent. In World, they were not good. I did not like turf wars in World at all. They were way too frequent, and a lot of the times the monsters would just stand there and like yell at each other over and over. Oh gosh. What is a turf war? Turf war is when two monsters like they have to be like in the right mood, and then when they walk up to another, they do a special animation where they like fight, and then one of them gets knocked over and the other one wins, air quotes, and runs away. It's something that was added in World. In World, the monsters did it pretty frequently, and when they did it, they would also roar at each other a lot when they were like thinking about starting one, and like afterwards, after doing one, we're probably gonna die. Not gonna die. Oh god, I didn't mean to unsheath right there. Whew. They happen infrequently in this game, so they're a lot better. God darn it, there we go. Could have been safe there. You don't even need to hunt. It's only like a little bit of damage, and it only happens for like 30 seconds, Arcane. It gets boring in World because it happens too frequently, and the way the monsters act when they're trying to start one is really obnoxious, where they'll show up into an area where you're fighting, one of them will roar, then the other one will roar, then maybe the first one will roar again, then they'll turf war if they want to, then after the turf war, then one of them will roar, then maybe the other one will roar, and then maybe one of them leaves, maybe both of them leaves. It's just not very interesting. I mean, the animations are really cool to watch, and it's nice to see, but after the first time you've seen it, and like it just kind of interrupts the hunt. Do I hate gimmicks? I don't know. This is taking a while. I'm a little worried about this quest. Ugh. I think you'll do it just fine, Miyabi. I wonder if I'm gonna get on both of them. It did, it hit both of them. That's cool. Yeah, Fog, I would say so. It was one that, like, I think part of it, I don't know how to describe it. I think normal mounts felt like something that you could trigger on your own, and they were unobtrusive in that they didn't happen that often unless you were really going for it, and they didn't do that much damage. It just felt like another kind of stagger you could go for. Felt like kind of an equal risk reward in terms of time investment and like how much they were forced. So they didn't really bother me that much. I don't know. When I think about them, I don't really like them that much conceptually. Ugh. Volvadon, you're obnoxious. Alright. I was trying to save all the Pierce for Bizarrios, but I'm over it. Why'd you turn off hit numbers? It's a personal thing. When I have them on, I use them when I unlock a new switch skill or when I'm practicing some set building in the training area, but during a quest I like having them off because it helps me focus on just the hunt a little more. I feel like when they're on, there's always a part of my brain that's just trying to like read the numbers and pay attention to those, and I don't really like that. It's also like I've just played the old games and I'm a little more used to it without the numbers. I don't think it makes the game harder. It's just a personal thing for me. Everyone's gonna feel differently about that kind of thing. Of course he chooses right now to roar. Ugh. Ooh, dang. That's lucky. Chicken of Dia, thanks for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream here tonight. I saw what you said, Martz. I still think it's going to do better. Oh gosh. well, okay. I was supposed to use the other switch skill. I'm really not doing a good job of using the wire bug moves in this fight here. Okay. Whew. Hey Miyabi, I'm gonna have you guys move that chat to the Discord if we're gonna hunt together, okay? I don't want people talking about their hunts in chat if that's okay, because it just clogs it up. Which one was the first PSP game? Freedom 1? Correct. You're okay. You haven't done anything too bad yet. It's just, if you guys are going to keep hunting together, I want you guys to chat someplace else. Okay, let's see how this Pierce 2 is. Oh, large hitbox on that, huh? Do Screamer Pods work on Bizarrios? No idea. I don't know what they would do to him. I don't think so. When he's under the ground, he didn't used to have that move, so I don't know. In the old games, he did used to dig between areas, and I don't think Screamer Pods did anything then. Hopefully the quest should get a little easier now. So we're just dealing with the one monster. Yeah, again, big hitbox on that. I gotta look out. Seeing that standard reload animation is nostalgic, yeah. Now that you can fast reload, it is a little bit weird seeing the standard one, isn't it? His head must have been right on the outside range of Pierce there, because those were fizzling. Can you give some tips? Sure. Go right ahead. This is doing good damage. What you doing, buddy? Just getting close? Okay. Make sure to remember it's there, the special ammo. I'll try. It takes a long time to load. I need to learn more about how good Wyvern Snipe is in terms of damage. We can probably get it off right now when he's tired. Oh, the deviation still hits. Okay. I guess that makes sense. The deviation would still affect it. I just didn't think about it. Do other weapons have decos and skills specific to them, or only Hunting Horn? Other weapons do. It might not just be like one specific decoration, or like one specific weapon, but stuff like load cells affects Charge Blade and Gun Lance, stuff like that. Bow Charge Plus. Yeah, there are things like that. Normal does best on Bizarrios due to its head being heated for regular heavy bowgun gameplay. I need to look at some hit zone values for like different monsters. I need to start pulling up monsters on Chronico and seeing their hit zone values on there, because the game is not detailed enough. Man, huge hitbox. Quick Sheath is not just for longsword. Would Evade Extender benefit Sword and Shield? I would tend to say no, Miyabi. Sword and Shield is already very quick and mobile. You can use it on it, but I don't think it needs it. I don't think most weapons in the game need Evade Extender though. So it's personal preference. If your other skills are already taken care of, then sure, try it out. Just spamming the button for the counter. This is a messy heavy bowgun quest. I think so, Dat Boy. It's a bummer that the in-game hit zone values don't tell you about that kind of stuff. They really ought to. Oh, well, multi-hit. Good to know. Bizarro sleeps. Bizarros can do poison and sleep and fire, yeah. Yeah, I need to start taking some of that stuff into account more. It's like his head glowing and softening up. I don't know how drastic it is because I haven't looked at his hit zones for that. I've literally just looked at the in-game resources. Way better. Okay. Well, that would have definitely made me think a little differently about doing this hunt. I'm just so stuck in the old world, like it's a Bizarrios. Of course you gotta pierce it. Also in Broken, there's even a state for Broken plus Heated. Nice, it's good that it's in depth like that. Yeah, we should start perusing Chronico before each hunt, I think. Taking a look so we can learn. Oop, one too many shots there. Okay, so that move is always going to be unsafe. I was curious there to see if I kind of moved a little bit towards him, if it would be safe for me to go for that counter, like if you fall a little bit further away from us, but no, he didn't fall a little further away from us. What's that outfit? It's nice? It's some layered armor. It's the latest layered armor they added as part of the DLC that they released last week. It's like a pirate outfit. And then it's a baggy waist, because we actually do have the baggy waist on. Nice. That could have gone worse. Could have gone better. They could have gone worse. I don't know if we got... I thought the Volvodon cars would stick around, but they didn't. That's okay. I will look forward to getting better at gunning in this game. Gunning is something that's so skill and prep dependent that, I mean, if you've got the wrong hit zone data, or if you don't have the decorations to deal with that recoil or that deviation, it can be a little tough. Purchase DLC or acquire via hunts? It's purchase DLC. Yep. Purchase DLC, they have some specific layered armor, some pet outfits, some stickers, some music. Greatsword, Miyabi, you don't really want to be moving around with your weapon on a whole lot. You can, but it's going to be better to sheath a lot of the time. Marth, how did you not know there were DLC outfits? It's been that way since World. We got that Bizarrios. The heavy bowgun switch skill counter charger has been added. Let's learn about that real quick. Find out what that does. Why don't you just have no buddies selected instead of needing to order them to wait every time? Because sometimes I do like having them along, and because it does still give me buddy tickets, even if they're just waiting at the camp there in the quest. Buddy tickets you get every 10 quests, I think, from the buddy plaza, so it's actually pretty important if you need lots of the buddy weapons. Sleep Res and Wirebug Whisperer 2 with a 3 slot. That's a pretty nice talisman. Cool. That's actually a great talisman. It's not what I asked for, but it's still great. I'm happy about that. Thank you for clarifying. No worries. Speaking of, they give you Lagan apples at every 5 quests, and then buddy tickets every 10. All right, we're gonna do one small monster quest, and then after that, we're gonna take on our first Mizutsune. Using whatever weapon you guys pick. I should have ordered the amiibo while I still could. They were totally sold out by the time I decided I wanted them. Yep, same Hilda. Yep. Whenever DLC comes out for this game, or whenever amiibos and that kind of thing, I don't feel really that bad buying them because this is the only game I play. This is the game I look forward to for several years to come out, and then when it comes out, I buy all the things I can for it, and I want to try and support the team that makes it, so that they'll make more. But other people buy lots of games, so I don't blame them for being like, dude, DLC armor. It'd be cool if the DLC outfits were just, or the DLC layered armor were just part of the game. It'd be nicer if that was just unlocked through regular play, but it's not. I don't really want to save this set. I'm not really happy with this. This is a heavy bowgun set, so I'm not going to save our equipment we pieced together for that. Alright, let's go kill some small monsters. One more 5-star quest. Bad review. Slay a total of 20 Renoplos or Kestodon. I just got done talking to my best friend, and her neighbor's daughter had the worst experience out in the sandy plains. Apparently the locals were extremely rude and wouldn't stop butting into her business. The nerve. Where's the Aptonoth? They are not in this game. Each time you go up a star rank, Ace, so in the quests here, you can see how you have 4 and 5 star, each time you go up, all the monsters in that rank, even if they're just like a harder monster, let's say you have a Legambian 4 star and you have a Legambian in another quest in 5 star, the Legambian 5 star is going to have a higher multiplier applied to them automatically. So the first quest you go up into the next rank, that being a 6 star Mizutsune, is going to feel a good chunk harder than the other monsters you've been fighting, because it's that first monster you're fighting with that next star rank multiplier applied to it. That's how that functions, or at least that is how things have traditionally functioned in Monster Hunter games. I'm assuming it's how it's functioning, at least to a certain degree in this game too. Okay, so for a quest like this, I do like turning on the map. I don't mind bringing the cats along because we're just going for the small monsters there. Getting us some small monster bits. Apparently there's some small monsters down here. There are Rhinopolos. I've never been down to this particular little cavern, I don't think. We put it to sleep because this is the baggy sword and shield. I like how good even the small monsters look in this game. Oh, they're not. It's not even dead yet. I thought it was. Now it is. Take a lot of hits to put down. Okay. Haven't really gone out and carved a whole bunch of Rhinopolos before. Those shadows look so nice. Look, which shadows, Marts? What, the trees? I mean, they look low resolution, but they do look like some nice actual shadows of a tree. This game's pretty phenomenal looking, I think. Was holding this, I was playing this on a Switch Lite earlier, and I was looking at it. I'm still not, like, even, like, almost 2 months later, I'm still not over that we have a 5th generation Monster Hunter game that looks and plays like this, running on a handheld. It's just so cool, man. Right, yep, right after this small monster quest, we'll go ahead and hunt that urgent Mizutsune. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming. No, Daboy Queen. Not particularly. If World was on the Switch, would it look like this? I mean, yeah, it would probably look something like this. Unfortunately, it probably wouldn't be quite as straightforward to get that game running on this platform. World was based on a totally different engine, and you might be able to port the maps over to this one fairly easily. You can clearly port over some of the assets, like armor sets and monsters, pretty easily, but porting over the entire game might prove more difficult, since that game was based on MT Framework, and this is based on RE Engine. I don't believe that MT Framework would run a game like World nearly as well on the Switch, judging by how poorly optimized World ran on both the consoles and PC. But if they were able to port World's maps to RE Engine fairly straightforwardly, I bet it would look pretty much like this. It would probably be a little more reduced looking, especially since we're used to seeing World on consoles. It would probably be a little funky seeing it paired back at first. Yes, Marth. I believe RE7 was the first game that utilized RE Engine, but I could be wrong. DMC5 also has it. Where are the other Kestodon? They're in here somewhere. Oh, they're sleeping. We put it back to sleep all along. Okay. There's one more over here. Yep, this game is still impressing me, and I'm still really enjoying it. Even if I have my little differences with it, like with the whole limping and map icons thing, like I talked about earlier. So really, really enjoying this game. Savoring the progression and collecting all the cool designs and getting used to the new movesets and choices you get to make with weapons. It is a good time. It would be Hilda, I agree with that. Or a tower map, how about? Heaven's Mound or Sacred Pinnacle, or whatever that's called in GU. Yeah, and I mean that's how I feel, Marths, and I'm only so vocal about them because I know things could be better, or they're regressions from how things were before, or what I view as regressions. Sacred Pinnacle was the Amatsu map. Whatever the Valstrax map was, would be pretty cool. Yeah, I would love to see them have a tower map, and I think it would fit with this game pretty well. This game is the first game in, I guess, since 4 Ultimate where they've really leaned hard into the whole. This is an area that was once occupied by some other kind of civilization. You see it in all of the Rise maps, I do think. I'm pretty sure you do. Here, let's show off one of those areas now. So in the Sandy Plains, you have this cave, like you did in the old Sandy Plains, but you also have a new underground area, which is pretty neat. And hints at some ancient civilization kind of stuff. Yep. This place right here is pretty plainly some kind of constructed area. It's pretty neat, too. Oops. So I think a tower map would fit right into this game.
Neat.
Almost done. We have 6 more monsters to take down. We're getting there. Isn't that used to be what? Area 11? Yep. This used to be the cave that was off the side of the map. Mm-hmm. Yep. This is my favorite map in the game for that reason, is that this is so closely based on Sandy Plains from 3rd generation, to the point where even like the map kind of looks the same in terms of like the actual layout of the 2-dimensional map that you view to get around. I love that so much. Right, up we go. To remake the original desert. This is all I really wanted when they did worlds designs. I was like, wow, I really like how these new open worlds feel for the most part. I really want to see them tackle a new take on an old map, and seeing them do that with 2 of the maps in this game just makes me excited to see if they'll ever do that again in the future. They shouldn't do that? I don't know. I mean, if they have this map, they probably shouldn't remake Original Desert, but I want to see them continue to remake some of the favorite maps in the series. Stuff like Misty Peaks, or Jurassic Frontier, or Deserted Island, stuff like that. Snowy Mountains. Tower Summit was where you fight Molten Tigrex. That was a good map. It was, yeah. I would love a new tower map. That would make me happy. First Gen Desert was an experience. I'm only familiar with it from G Rank or Freebie Night, where it's kind of ported over to that game. And obviously the remake of it in 4th generation as well. Yep, 2nd Gen Tower would be nice. No load zone means a 3-hour climb to the edge of space. Maybe the base of the mountain isn't that far from the edge of space on its own. Don't know any maps. Played hundreds of hours for Monster Hunter, but some reason maps never stick in your brain. That's okay. Different people appreciate different things. Maps aren't like my favorite thing in some of the older games. Like, I mean, I like them pretty well, but they're not like the thing that sticks out to me. The maps in this game are the thing that I can just, without any hesitation, say the maps and the movement are my favorite thing about this game. I love how the maps feel just like a big, sandboxy, open environment that you can crawl all over the place and track monsters through, and it just all is so cool. That's part of what I just can't get over is like, man, this game it looks so good. The maps are so large. The movement just works really well for how you get around these guys. I'm so into it. Oops. Like Misty Peaks? Yeah, they do pro-cal. Yep, there's some similarities. Got plenty of Castellan Rhinopolis materials. Rocket Wire Bug, that's true. They would probably just have you do that. They'd probably just have you use a Great Wire Buggy up there. There goes Pookie. What's the highest amount of large monsters that are active at once in this game? In Rampage mode, you can get like 5 or 6, but out on the map so far, I've just seen 3. Yep, plenty of Castellan Rhinopolis materials. Alright. It is pretty special, Fog and Marts, isn't it? That 2nd Gen Tower is like the big tower. And if you've played Freebie Night, you've actually not seen the full thing. The full thing was only available in Monster Hunter DOS and Monster Hunter Frontier. It's even larger than in Freebie Night. It's kind of crazy. All right. So, if you would like to choose my weapon for the fight we've been waiting for, the Urgent Mizutsune, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Oh, I got it! A crystal cluster, a fully intact light crystal cluster, a popular choice for mood lighting. That's only the first trinket I've gotten from this. That feels so good. Thunder attack 1 with a 1 slot, that's what we wanted. Let's go see what that looks like in our room. Hooray! Are there still whetstones? Yes, and they are unlimited and you can roll out of when you start them. So like when you press the button, you're not stuck in place. You can roll and get out of the way and like cancel your sharpening. Hey, Cordial Snail. Also, if I haven't said hello to anybody like Sershup, welcome to you. Thanks for being here tonight. If you guys want to choose my weapon for Mizutsune, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Yeah, via the radial menu, you can sharpen, I think, with any weapon with your weapon unsheathed, which is kind of gnarly. It's not just a sword and shield thing anymore. Radial menu is super advantageous. Super advantageous. Yes, but slowly, Arcane Doctrine. Alright, last call for that weapon raffle. I'm sorry, Sir Shup. Yeah, my work's getting more busy too. Or it has been, at least. It's a big shield for Sword and Shield? I suppose so. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use here. Cordial Snail, what would you like me to use for our Urgent Mizutsune? What's it gonna be? Gun Lance, sweet. I was kind of hoping someone would pick Lance or Gun Lance, because that gives me an excuse to throw together an armor set for it. I have yet to make any armor sets for Lance or Gun Lance in high rank yet, so it's time. So, we're definitely going to want some Evade Extender. I feel like I only really want 1 point, but 2 points would be okay too if that's all I could get. We also are going to want Artillery. We really need our shelling to start scaling. So Renoplos S, this has Artillery 1, this has Artillery 2. Those arms are super high value. We'll want all three, I think. So we might be stuck using these two pieces. Let me see if we unlocked any new decorations. I don't think we did. Not yet, anyways. I guess we'll use those two pieces to start, sure. Seeing as we just got some Renoplos parts, it should be easy enough to get to them. There we go. It isn't raising, you're going to go with pizza? Enjoy your pizza, Hilda. That sounds tasty. Forgot how late you get Artillery. It is pretty late. Use Greatsword, but like the original game. We did that recently, Arcane Doctrine, on a challenge stream with our friend Fallison. Okay, so those are Artillery taken care of. Let's see about Guard. I want probably 2 or 3, like either 1 or 3 points in Guard. Aw, man. That sucks. Artillery and Guard share these 2 pieces. What a bummer. I really like the Bizarrios armor too. It's got load shells. How important is load shells, do you think? Because I love Bizarrios armor. Ooh, and speed sharpening on the Eructor coil? Wait, Eructor coil? Wait, what is... Huh? Well, there's a glitch. Ah, yes, my favorite, the Eructor coil. What the hell? Nice localization? Yeah, for sure, man. That's really funny. Yeah, we'll go with full Artillery and... Oh wait, that doesn't leave any room for Guard, does it? Oh, shoot. We can probably gem in speed sharpening via gems. We'll want the Baroth coil, won't we? Quality fins we have to go out and get for that. Yeah, we'll want the Baroth coil. Okay, so right now I need to go out and get Bizarrio's Tears, Toxin Sac, and Quality Fins. We'll use Gunlance for it while we go out and do this. And let's take a look, actually, let's take a look at some Gunlances currently. What do we got access to right now? I've made some upgrades in 5-star, but not all of them. I have, for example, the Princess Panoply. Normal 4, wide 3, the Pookie Gunlance. Dawnbreaker Gunlance I already have. This is a normal 4. Long level 3. Long level 4. This one looks pretty good, actually. Has attack boost 4, affinity boost 2, and dulling strike. Attack boost 4 is probably pretty good. Man, this thing looks sick. I like me a long Gunlance. What's you about it, Commander? Yeah, I think we're gonna make that one. Bet you don't see this one used all that often, so. Whoop. Just spam charge shell, it's more than that in this game. You'll be surprised. It's thankfully not World's long shelling. Does focus affect long shelling? Yeah, but Gunlance has been changed in a way where you don't need it. Ooh, need Zenny, but that's some nice raw boost there. What is long shelling now? Yeah, actually, in general, charged. So in World, I guess before World. Let me preface this with, before World, normal Gunlance had boosted full burst, both in terms of it had more shells and it did more damage with it. Long Gunlance had stronger Wyvern's Fire, and wide Gunlance had the strongest charged shells. In World, they switched long and wide, where wide had boosted Wyvern's Fire, and long had the strongest charged shells. In this game, they have changed them back, where wide has the strongest charged shells again. And actually, in this game, it has a level 2 charge for charged shells, and long has stronger Wyvern Fire and Wormstake Blast in this game. So the Gunlances have been shuffled around a good deal since the last game. Okay. So, we need to go get some big fins. Let's go do that first. First, we need to also change how this armor set looks, because it's bad. For now, let's just throw on a full layered set. I don't know why I'm so bad at menus tonight. I've talked about Gunlance a good deal on my stream here. I really wasn't a fan of World's Gunlance that much. I didn't give it as much time as I probably should have. I played a good chunk of it at different points throughout my playthrough of that game. But I didn't like how, especially at the end of Iceborne, it felt like all three of the shelling types, normal, wide, and long, all had like one specific combo, or in Long's case, one specific move that they were kind of incentivized to use because it was such good damage, so much better damage than the other moves. That's really not what Gunlance used to be about. Gunlance was about having a lot of different options and being able to fit them into different openings. Worlds, movement, and options for those 3 types of Gunlance made it pretty easy where you could, a lot of the time, get by, especially if you were really used to a monster and had practiced it for a while, with only using that one move, and I thought that was pretty boring. This should be interesting, killing Deluxe with Gunlance shelling. This game gives you a lot more options, I think. Enjoy, Hilda. They eventually come out of the ground. I maybe should not have brought a Gunlance for this. I don't know why I should have brought. There's so many of them, too. You only fight Deluxe on dog? Probably smart. Anyways, I was talking about how there's the change to charge shelling in this game. Charge shelling, you used to have to hold the shell down until you saw the red glow, and then it was a charged shell. In this game, you can let it go really early, and it's still a charged shell. You can basically cancel it a little early, and it will come out still as a charged shell, just nice and early, so you don't really need focus, because you can do that instead. As a gunner player, didn't mind the simple gameplay, and that's because guns have complexity from other areas of the prep and what ammunition you're firing. Of course, you're going to hit the fire button. That's what guns are about. But Gunlance was not about that. Gunlance was not about, I'm going to use this one move for the entire hunt. We need 3 of those. What was what, Arcane Doctrine? The worm stake? Ah, yeah. Gunlance had something added to it in 5th generation. Whoops, I didn't have my worm stake loaded. Where basically you stick the monster with an explosion, and then it stays in them. Whoops, I still didn't load it. There we go. You stick the monster with a little worm stake at the end of a combo, and it will continue to hit them a couple times and then explode. Right, there we go. We've got all the fins we need. I guess that's all I need then. I'm not going to stick around longer. So long Gunlance in this game revolves around using that worm stake a lot, because in addition to Wyvern's Fire, Worm Stake Blast, which is that little... Or is it just Worm Stake? It might not be Worm Stake Blast. The worm stake there has increased damage with long gun lances. Okay, so we're forging the Baroth Waste. So at this point we have Artillery 3, Defense Boost 3, Guard 2, Stun Res, Load Shells 1. We're looking to get Load Shells 2. To do that we need to make the Bizarrio's armor, I think. Yep. So we need this piece right here. It has Load Shells and Defense Boost. So we need 2 Toxin Sacks and Bizarrio's Tears. Let's take a look at Bizarrio's real quick in here. So we're going to need to fight Bizarrio's one way or another for that, right? I think he also gives Toxin Sacks. He does. Let's see. For Toxin Sacks from Bizarrio's, you get a chance from breaking his chest, a chance from body carves, and chances from capture and target rewards. This must be Bizarrio's Tears, but we haven't gotten one yet, surprisingly. 7% chance from target rewards, 10% chance from capture rewards, 10% broken part rewards, 7% carves, 3% drop materials. That would make sense. Okay. Well, let's go hunt a Bizarrio's. I think he's joking around. Didn't you get Load Shell's talisman? You know what? Frost no frost, or Lost no frost, you're right, I did. Thank you for reminding me, I forgot. That's super helpful. That means we get one more piece I can get Evade Extender where I wasn't gonna be able to otherwise. Awesome. Thank you for reminding me. I'm not used to thinking through talismans yet. Here we go. Sweet. Did I only have that one, or did I have another one too? Nope, just that one, but that one is all we need. Now we can slap on the Roggy helm and we'll be set to go. Perfect. Okay. Artillery 3, Guard 2, Load Shells, Defense Boost, Stun Res, Rapid Fire Up, doesn't really matter. Evade Extender, Poison Res, Geologist. Okay, now let's check out the layered armor. What does this set look like? Oh man, I hate that. Oh man, the Renoplo stuff is just like brutally, brutally ugly. That'll do. You know what? We don't have to abbreviate things anymore. We have space to spell things out. Yeah, it would be a bummer, wouldn't it, Ace? That's your only way to get any artillery skills. It would suck. Can you port your portable third sets to this game? Nope. Some armor pieces still have similar skills on them. Like I used a mixture of baggy and alloy and portable third when I first started higher rank, and in this game I used a mixture of baggy and alloy. But no, there's never been a system to like carry over armor sets from one game to another. All right, hunt Imizutsune. Here we go. Spend hours seeking talismans in portable third. Yep, nope, there's never been a game where you can carry over stuff like that. Sometimes if there's a high rank release and then a G rank release, you'll get to import your save, but not other ones. Ah, Mizutsune in Shrine Ruins. That's cool. Turn off that map. Mizu's up in 13. This should be interesting. Are there talismans? There are, yep. You get them from melding in this game, not from mining. But yes, there are. They come with different skills. They come with slots. I don't know about how they work in the end game because I'm not there yet, but... Nope, a little too early there. Yeah, this should be a fun fight. I've done a little bit of Mizu with Gun Lance in low rank, so we'll see how we do here. Whew. That damage is scary. So this is unupgraded high rank armor. We have 247 defense. Forgot to take Blast Dash. I don't play with Blast Dash a whole lot of the time. I like charge shelling because it's pretty important for Wormsape blasts. Whoops. Whoop. Got it. Should reload my worm stake. There we go. Whoop, bubbled. I'm pretty sure what just happened there was the beam was coming at me. I put out the counter. The beam went up over a rock and down and then hit me. I think that's what happened there. Mizu laser needs guard up. I don't think it does, no. Outplayed. We did get outplayed by Mizitsune there. I owe you guys some beans. Let me give you some. No, there aren't that many moves so far that need guard up. It's surprising to see. Okay, it went down to 6, so we're going to follow it down that way. You know what? While it's moving, I want to pet the cat. That is not petting a cat. Not even slightly. Appropriate emote pro count. There aren't many monsters that need white sharpness either. Interesting. I only have one weapon so far that has white. It's the teddy bear. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. The bubble debuff is obnoxious. Alright, good night, Crystal. Cheers. Thanks for being here tonight. Oh, nope. Ugh, bubbles. Are we dead? We're not dead yet. Darn it. The chip could have killed us, but the green bubble healed us. Thank you, green bubble. Hello, Crowver. Cheers to you, too. Welcome. Whoop. Not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. Amazing I can still get screwed up with Gunlance's controls. Also, welcome, Beater Dan. Oh, I moved. Gotta react quicker to this thing. Oh! Woo! That was so close. I was about to die. This thing hits so hard. I'm down though. What do red bubbles? They give you an attack buff, I'm pretty sure. Oh, man. It's a little too far away. Need to heal. Also not what I meant to do there. Smack. Got it. Yeah, see, like, Gunlance has all these different openings and counters depending on what you've got loaded, if you got your worm stake loaded or not, how many shells you've got in your Gunlance. Like, it really feels a lot more like old Gunlance to me, where, like, all these options, or I've come to appreciate it in a way I used to appreciate long Gunlance, or old Gunlance, rather. Is that you've got all these different options, and even if you're playing long Gunlance, you can still do a full burst sometimes. It feels nice like that. If you've got enough time to do a worm stake, you can go ahead and do charge shell and do a worm stake. I've come to appreciate it over the course of the time we've played Rise. I didn't really feel like this when we first started. I really didn't like Rise Gunlance at first. Did it just go from exhaust to rage in 2 seconds? It might have. It's missing over and over. There we go. Jeez. There we go. Where are we off to, Mizutsune? We're headed all the way to this corridor over here. It hits me pretty hard, but I'm into that. I'm into monsters hitting me hard. Whoops, did not mean to wall around there. There's an Acnesom here. I don't really feel like having a whole nother turf war, so we're gonna jump onto this guy and just bang him into the Mizutsune. Just like that. I'll get that over with. Give us a couple materials and call it good. High quality purple fur, more foam absorbent than its lighter counterpart. I wonder what its lighter counterpart is. Maybe the low rank one? Did you fight Bishita instead of damaging Sune for the drops? I did, yeah. I like to really focus on trying to just practice the monster with my weapon, so I try and avoid using other monsters in the quest to damage my target monster if I can help it. So I'll use my target monster to fight the other ones, but I don't really like using the other ones to fight my target monster. Oops. God, I got it on them as its name, not the freaking fish. Oh, man. Do nullberries get rid of this stuff? They do not. Yeah, no, they don't. You need cleanser. I should have brought cleansers. I knew better. Got it. Whoops. Woo. Ouch, dude. Very forward hitbox on that. Thankfully not much damage on that part, though. Good timing on that. Oh, really? Okay, well, big range on that move, huh? Oh boy. Just block it. Of course, that time we didn't even need to block it, but whatever. That was Mizutsune with Gunlance. That's a fun matchup. That was quick? It was quick. I don't know if I would call it easy. He was hitting us pretty hard, but it was fun. That was artillery with some load shells. That was fun. That was what I've expected. That's what I was expecting from high rank Mizutsune, was just a faster version of the low rank one, because the low rank one's already pretty great as a fight. I didn't notice any new moves if it had any. Thanks, Badobbles. Cheers, Commander Henkel. Have a good one. That guard up probably saved your life. It's not guard up, it's just guard. It helped us a little bit, though. Oh, the defense up. Maybe. A couple times, actually, we were pretty low there, yeah. Long shelling's better in Rise. It feels better to me than World, yeah. I like it. Got some Blood Run jewels, nice. Oh, I forgot to read the descriptions. I'll read them when we get back. I've earned a title, and we are now HR6. Let's see what we unlocked in HR6. I'm excited. Lots of new hunts. Lots of new hunts. Wow. We have found our answers. The answer to what has plagued Kamura, the cause of the rampage. and you hunting that poor old Mizu led us to the answer. When the guild was investigating the monsters around it, they came across several telltale signs. And they were connected to the rampage, and that azure fiend. And that's not all. Our scouts informed us that they had spotted that azure beast above the shrine ruins. Shortly after its appearance, every monster in the vicinity became feverishly violent. And that Mizutsune, being in mating season, was intensely affected. We always thought that monsters attacking human settlements was simply nature at work. As it turns out, it was really the work of this monster, whipping all the monsters into a frenzy, causing them to migrate. That's the secret behind the rampage. And that is why there are always sightings of the beast shortly after the rampage started. The guild has named this fearsome monster Wind Serpent Ibushi. I've wanted to say that name on stream for so long. The cause of the rampage must be slain. We are sure it won't be long before it returns once more. When that time comes, we're all counting on you. While we wait for further reports, please proceed with the newly available 6-star quests. Alright. Whoa, Ace, you've been really trashing on those monsters out there. Starting to look like a seasoned hunter now. Even seasoned hunters need some spicy new switch skills. I know you're ready to dig in, but I gotta warn you, these new quests I cooked up have got some kick like hiya. Each one of them will put you flat on your butt if you're not ready, so you better lace up your tabby. Learn the longsword, dissect the dual blades, grasp the gun lance, invoke the insect glaive, and be one with the bow. That's the first time they've said Ibushi's name in the game. I don't know much about Ibushi, but I've heard its name outside of the stream because I've been existing on the internet in the last 2 months. I still don't want to know what Ibushi's like in the fight, so just because they name dropped it doesn't mean it's open season I'm talking about it. But it's exciting that we got to hear its name. Hello there, Michelle. I've got some big news from the canteen for you. We've taken our classic Dango and cranked up the tasty another notch. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by them all. Each one's confirmed to be doubly delicious by the whole canteen team. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on, dig in. Hey, IRB Goodja. Hello, Michelle. You are now able to accept 6-star quests. Please have a look around when you have time. Can you believe that the rampage is actually a large-scale migration of monsters? I cannot fathom the degree of power that Wind Serpent Ibushi must wield to give rise to such an uproar. Give rise, you say? In any case, there's not a moment to lose. We must quell the rampage and put an end to the pain that my sister is enduring. What do we got? Oh boy. Hunt as an ogre. Hunt a Somnicanth. Hunt a Barioth. Hunt a Tobikadachi. Hunt an Anjanath. Hunt a Nargacuga. Hunt a Rathalos. Hunt a Mizutsune. And then we have those switch skill quests, along with the Lava Caverns Sweep and Showdown in the Arena. This looks sick. I'm excited for this. So many new things to do. And that was a fun weapon request with Gunlance there. I'm feeling good. Water Res, Affinity Sliding. Not what I wanted. Well, I can't think of a better way to keep going with the night, then let's go ahead and let's do our first Zinogre. Zinogre in low rank was one of my absolute favorite hunts in low rank, so I'm pretty excited for high rank. So, if you'd like to choose my weapon for my first high rank Zinogre, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and look at some high rank Mizutsune stuff. The top layer of Mizutsune fluid removes impurities and is used in many rituals. A high quality fin. Bubble foam gives it an elegant pattern, prettier than dye. Friction reducing bubble foam helps this deadly claw slice through prey like sushi. Fun. Probably some new conversations out here too. What should I do? You know what I haven't done yet? Oh man. I have not done these requests about eggs yet. Oh yeah, 2 pricey shoots. We gotta do that one. Divine Rhinos. We can do all these. We gotta do these soon. I forgot about them. I have not been as thorough with this last rank as the first rank we went through. It's okay. I think we're about to get some more. Oh, Michelle. Michelle, you'll never guess what happened. I went to the flooded forest to find some fish to make my bunny Dango taste even better, but then a stupid Nargacuga came crashing through the forest, making a huge racket, and chased away all the fishies. Narga in the flooded forest is a pretty good throwback to Portable Third. So I went to a different spot to fish, but then a Gyrodota, wait, I got it. A Gyrototus, a big stupid Gyrototus showed up and started flinging mud everywhere. The fishies were gone. I got covered in mud, didn't catch anything. It was literally the worst. Ugh. Could you please do something about those dummies for me? Please? Maybe throw in a punch or kick for me too. Do it for the Dango. Hey, listen, there's this thing I feel like I can only truly talk to you about. I want to make some Dango that's really healthy so everyone stays in tip-top shape. I've been reading some books like with Otomai, about pharmaceuticals. Like what stuff is good for you and all that stuff. But hands-on experience is better, right? And for that, I need some stuff that might be a teensy bit hazardous. And no one does hazardous like you, Michelle. Could you maybe possibly get some? Somnicant sedative and Pookie sack. Medicinal Dango. Cool. Even more. Hey Michelle, you know I'm super grateful you always stop by to order bunny Dango, right? By the way, do you know what a quality wyvern egg is? So they're this super expensive, hard to get ingredient, but people say they're the yummiest, bestest eggs ever. Imagine if I made a bunny Dango with them. They'd be the yummiest too. It'd take so much time and effort to get one myself, not to mention the whole danger thing. But you don't mind a little danger, do you, Michelle? You'll get one for me, won't you? Yeah, we gotta do some of these soon. I like egg quests. Man, she gets the most dialogue out of I think anybody in the whole game. Hey Michelle, thanks for always ordering the Motley mix. Okay, this is just gonna be a ticket. And then she's gonna tell us about her new Dango, I think. Oh, Michelle, hey, listen. Guess what? We've reworked the recipes for all my usual Dango to be even yummier than ever. The whole tea shop was busting their butts to make them super duper yummy, so you should totally order some ASAP. There we go. Like I said, if you wanted to pick my weapon for our first Zinogre, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat right now. I have come to a conclusion, specifically on how should I go about sharing my artistic gift with the world. Big things catch attention, do they not? That means if I were to write down my poetry with a big brush, it would too. Ah, it's a shame few others will ever achieve such levels of genius as I. Anyways, I would like you to gather the materials for making such a brush. Meanwhile, I'll be composing a poem. Brush Glaive 1, Almudron Tail Torrent Sack. We can deliver that right now. Ah, I see you brought my materials. Thank you, Hunter. I've been hard at work myself, but I may have hit some sort of writer's plateau. It is so heavy, the weight of my words inked down. No, this giant brush. Ugh, it actually might have been my worst composition yet. Oh, by the way, I thought it might be helpful to share that you can also forge a giant brush at the smithy. Go and take a look at it if you're interested. The brush glaive. Cool. Let's take a look at that. Oh. Eamon has an important matter to discuss. It took some help from Nakago and the others, but we can now forge more kinds of decorations for you. You'll be faced with some grueling hunts from here on, I'm sure. Make sure your gear doesn't leave you lacking. Neat, let's see what we got. Bubbly Dance, nice. Friendship for wide range. Part Breaker, Blight Res, Speed Eating, Divine Blessing. And that's it for now, but we'll probably unlock some more as we kill more monsters here. That's nice. Let's look at the Mizutsune armor. Resuscitate, Bubbly Dance, and Free Meal. I had this combined with a Gun Lance in Generations. I think in this game it would probably work with Lance a little more, where basically Bubbly Dance and Resuscitate play together really nicely, where Resuscitate, oops, gives you an attack boost, gives you attack plus 20, which is pretty big, when you have any sort of abnormal blight. I guess in the old games, yeah, there we go. So, there we go. This increases attack power. Bubbly Dance, however, when you have Bubble Blight, gives you increased evasion. So you use these two for some attack boost. You stack Artillery and Guard if you need it, or I guess in this game, yeah, you'd still need Guard for Gun Lance, but With regular Lance, you get an attack boost from that, you get increased evasion from Bubbly Dance, then you use the Adept block, and so then you have unlimited block too, you don't need guard for that. So between Resuscitate giving you increased evasion and an attack buff, and the Adept guard giving you a nice guarding opportunity, you have both guard and evade taken care of, and you're free to just stack on attack skills. It's nice. Hello, Black Wolf Raven. Welcome to you. So I'll probably try and recreate that set in this game. It would feel special to me to do that again. We also have Remobra, which has, crit element. Windproof 3, crit boost 1. That's our first crit boost. Critical element 3, and weakness exploit. So we can now get Wex 3 if we wanted between Scaldra and that. We have the new Utsushi armors. Awesome. So Utsushi Hidden S gives us Razor Sharp, Spare Shot, Wirebug Whisper, Evade Window, and Agitator. Increases attack power and affinity when large monsters become enraged. So at level 5, which this almost has, you get 20% and 15% affinity. That's pretty decent too. What pieces have Razor Sharp though? This has Razor Sharp 2. That's pretty nice. This has Razor Sharp 1. Interesting. And those take Anjanath and some pieces we don't have yet. Speed Eating Free Meal, good luck. Good luck, huh? Good chance of increased quest rewards. No effect when joining mid-quest. That's cool. I'll have to check that out too. Makluva also gives us Bubbly Dance. Vike, we have ammo up and normal rapid up. That's nice, so it's not tied to Tronodon anymore. Good old Vike. It's exciting to get more armors though. Shell-studded S gives Pierce Up, Spread Up, and Normal Rapid Up. That's really nice. I've seen pieces of this, but they're kind of spread out, which is kind of rough. It's not often you're going to want to use all three of those together. The Skull gives Fortify, because of course it does. Having fun with the set building? We haven't really made a lot of sets yet. We just made this Gunlance set from Mizutsune, and it performed pretty well. I was happy with it. We just unlocked some new armors, though, because we just got to 6-star right before this. We actually have a weapon raffle going on right now that I'm going to go ahead and say last call for. If you want to choose my weapon for Zinogre, our first Zinogre here, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Ah, Michelle. Rare to see you without a pedal lace on your arm these days, ain't it? Since they seem to be proven helpful to you, how about a little upgrade? This will be the last time, though. You've gone and made yourself a top-notch hunter. You don't need old Fugan trying to help you out. It looks like you haven't collected every kind of pedal lace out there just yet, but hey, you can do so whenever the fancy takes you. Alright, off you go then, Squirt, on to greater hunts, greater heights, and greater honors. Now get to it. Bahaha. Cool. Think you can lend me a hand? I probably can. Hey Michelle, how's hunting with Palamutes going? I haven't brought a Palamute in a while. The Buddy Smithies were telling me that they were really wanting to get better at making Palamute equipment, but they need more practice. If you order some gear from them, not only will you get some nice stuff, but you'll also be helping them out, and me as well. Once they've had enough practice, come talk to me and I'll give you some Palamute gear as thanks. Forge 15 pieces of Palamute equipment. We can do that soon. You got Pedal Lace 3 here? I think so, yeah. Yep, got Pedal Lace 3 for all 4 of these guys. So we have the Hunting Pedal Lace, which is 70 health, 70 stamina, 13 attack, 30 defense. The Strength Pedal Lace, which is 100 health, 90 stamina, 10 attack, 15 defense. The Fortitude Pedal Lace, which is mostly stamina and a little bit defense. And then you have the Demon Pedal Lace, which is less health and less stamina, but in exchange for greater attack. Interesting trade-off. I like using the Strength one for the health and stamina. Even though that's the weakest, or almost the weakest attack. Second weakest, I suppose. Nobody new to talk to. Oh, nope. There we go. We'll probably have some new locales for the Meowcenaries. Michelle, I have quite an important message for you. We have modified the Meowcenaries' kites, so they're now able to survey further off territories. This means they'll come across new, different materials to collect. If you have no qualms with it, I'd like to get started right away. Hi, Rye. Good to see you. Good morning. I didn't see you come in. Sorry. How you doing today? Ooh, shade shrooms. That's new. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use for this Zinogre quest we're about to do. Chicken of Dia. What would you like? Also, first, before you choose my weapon, am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Chicken of DEA or is it Chicken of Dia? And what would you like me to use for my first Zinogre in high rank? How's 6-star going? We just started. Welcome back, Hilda. Sounds tasty. I'm jealous of your pizza. We had leftover pizza. I think it's gone now. Bummer. How goes it? It goes well. We took on Mizutsune and it went pretty well with Gunlance. It hit us pretty hard, but we didn't die. We managed to take it down with pretty good time. Sword and Shield, you may say your name however you don't care. Okay. Sword and Shield's one of my favorites, so I'm happy about that. Thanks. Wrist eats pizza 6 days a week. That is not the case, but it could be. Zinogre is weak to ice. I think we might be close to an ice sword and shield upgrade. Let me see here. But he's not that weak to ice. So we could easily bring a raw sword and shield and we'd be okay. We just unlock another... Ooh, we did. We can now see a little further down the weapon chart. That's very exciting. Okay. So for Zinogre, he's not that weak to ice. So we should probably go with a raw sword and shield. Or status if we feel like it. Status feels kind of cheesy. I feel like I'll probably go for a raw one. We can upgrade this a little further, which would be nice. Oh, we just need some Jaggy Hide Plus for that. That'd be easy to get. That'd be 200 raw with a bunch of green. Can't see a lot of these ones. They're blue still. Or blue. Whatever rarity this is, right? Rarity 5. That's a cool one. Another fire sword and shield there. Another upgrade to the Gossarog tree. I thought there was an ice sword and shield. One of the bug ones, but I guess not. I sure thought there was. Here it is, Banabra tree. Right now we would be able to get it to 140, but it would be heavily reliant on element, and it's not that weak to element, so I think we're going to stick with raw. Okay, well, out of the ones that I saw here, I mean, this one's pretty cool looking, honestly. Lots of slots, too. Just need an Arzuros brace to make that. Well, and a Diablo's tail case. Okay, we'll have to put this on the wish list. This thing looks really cool. And Renopolo shell, jeez. We also might need it to upgrade into whatever this fire sword and shield is, so it might not be a bad thing to craft. I think it looks like what we're going to do is upgrade that Jaggy sword and shield. And take that. Yeah. So let's go get some Jaggy hides. Nice try. Aha! A tour of the caverns. We can now go to the lava caverns. That's exciting. Soon. After all the Renoplos you killed, still not enough? Not for those other ones. Oh, hey, look at that! They open up the loading screen to you at this point, so you can see Ibushi's face. That's pretty exciting. Even before you can go hunt it, they show you that. That's very interesting to me. I did not expect that. Yeah, the Renopolo shells that it was asking for were the low rank ones. We were getting the high rank carapaces instead. don't see any Jaggy here after all. Never mind. Bye. Thought there would be Jaggy there, but not the case. There's just Rhinopolos down here and a Pookie Pookie. There's some Jaggy. Nope, and I missed. No, missed. Yeah, Banabra some of the bug weapons are actually pretty good. I've recently been doing some gathering in the shrine ruins to get Banabra materials. You can use poison shots. I think I needed 4 Jaggy Hide plus. That's 2. The cats could have gotten some as well. Forget if there's anywhere else on this map the Jaggy might be. They might be over in Area 4 at the Jaggy nest. Why don't we find out? Whoops. This camp is so cozy. Oh, I never noticed that there's this thing though. Here. Goes down into a ravine, huh? Ah, that leads right into this little cave. Never realized that. No, I haven't spent that much time in this little cave either. Looks like the cave leaves outside. The cave is going to leave us right where I was going, I think. Or actually, we probably have to go up a little ways. It's fun exploring these maps. They're so cool. Forget exactly where we're going. Or at least, I don't know exactly how to get to where we want to go right now. You can hear the sand. Or maybe the wind. I feel like I'm hearing the sand pouring down over the edge there. It almost sounds like running water, but it's not. Here's where I was headed. It's right over here into the Jaggy nest. And of course, there are indeed some Jaggy there. That wide sweep, very good for crowd control. Feels pretty nice for small monster slaying like that. Kind of slow to throw out against a big monster some of the time. But pretty nice for these guys. And that should be enough of those hides. So we should be good to head back after this. And then we can hunt our Zenogre. I'm going to see if I can make any new Bludgeoner parts to get Bludgeoner 3 for that sword, because that would be a lot of nice attack, but we could also just try and stick with our normal set. Yeah, we gotta do some of those requests soon. Oh. I'd forgotten about those. This Zenogre will probably be the last hunt of the night. I don't have to work tomorrow, but I still don't want to stay up super duper late. It's already it's like almost 3 in the morning. Alright, cheers, Lost No Frost. It was nice to meet you. I hope you liked the stream here, and I'd love to see you again sometime. I appreciated the tips you had to share. Paul worked really hard. Now we're able to forge more decorations for you. You should check them out. Thank you. I'm so happy to see how good of a job Rise does at catering to 3rd gen nostalgics. Now you're done with Rise and started playing 3 Ultimate again. I don't blame you. I've thought about it. Now, I'm going to imagine that this sword that we just made, that we just upgraded, the Jaggy Sword and Shield, I'm going to imagine that this one probably doesn't go with Affinity Boost, and it probably goes with Dulling Strike. Has a chance to increase attack power when your sharpness gauge is green or lower. We're going to go with that at least. Okay. Wonder how often that happens. So it has a chance to increase your attack power. 32. Let me go ahead and turn the damage numbers on as well. 32. 38. 32. 32. 38. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. So it looks like it boosted just by a little bit. And it doesn't happen all the time. It looked like at first it might be 1 in 3, but it's not 1 in 3. It's like 1 every once in a while. Okay. Affinity honestly might have been better. Whatever. For now, that's the ramp up skill we've got on there. We can always swap it out later if we want to. Might pick back up 4 Ultimate. We were playing 4 Ultimate for pretty much all of last year. It was my first time playing it, and it was a really good game, man. It's 10% exactly. Thanks, Bio. Cheers. That's what I'm going to be playing next, Hilda, is Freedom. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never played it before. Heard Knife Weasel Sword and Shield is good for story progression. What is Knife Weasel? Okay, so we have Bofongo Mask, which gives you Bludgeoner 2, and then Volvidon Waste. Okay, so we could build for it. We would drop 2 points of attack, but we would gain Bludgeoner. Let's do that. Izuchi? Oh, okay. And we get the lovely Bofongo Mask. Okay, from there, what? Let's see. Let's compare some other things. So we now have Bludgeoner 3. We wanted to get back up to Attack Boost 4. Ah, I got you, Hilda. Well, I hope you have fun with it if you do. We can probably trade out Alloy Mail because we can gem in Speed Sharpening now. Can probably drop the Alloy Vambraces because they're just giving us Crit Eye. And Crit Eye is nice, but it's not like that great from where we're at. The legs are probably going to stay unless we have some better ones. Let's see. Okay. Hunter has 1 point of attack boost and 1 point of handicraft. That could be cozy. Oh, we should be using the Ingot Greaves. Attack boost and Crit Eye. Dude, so good. Oh, yeah, we're keeping the Bofongo, don't worry. Oh, no layered armor on the face? I'll think about it. I'll think about it. It's not my favorite look, but maybe. Okay. Whoops, not agitator. Okay. We can't do the chest. Or no, we can't do the head or the waist. Head or the waist are the two pieces that we're using for bludgeoner currently. Jaggy gives attack boost 2. Whoa, that's really nice. Baroth gives attack boost 2 and affinity sliding. Dober gives attack boost 2, but that's on the same ones that we need for bludgeoner. Okay, I like the Jaggy arms better than the Baroth arms, so we're going to use those. Okay. And that should put us back up to attack boost 4 at least. Yeah, attack boost 4, bludgeoner 3, crit eye 2, speed sharpening, wirebug whisper, rapid morph. Here. How'd the urgent go? The urgent went really well. The urgent went really well. We crafted up a couple pieces of gunlance equipment for it, and that ended up helping us quite a bit. Why are you only on 6-star, if you don't mind me asking? No worries, Wayne. What we've been doing for the past 2 months is I've been going through the game. We played through all the quests in order that we've gotten to so far, and along the way I've been collecting weapons for all 14 weapon types. So we've collected a lot of weapons, even though we're just in 6-star. Along the way, pretty much every new quest we do, I let someone from chat choose my weapon for it, and so I always like having lots of various weapons on hand to use. Some of them are good, some of them are just okay, some of them are just because I like how they look, that kind of thing. So it also has given me a chance to practice all the different weapon types in this game. I didn't play all the weapons in World, and so I had a lot to learn when I came to this game. So we're almost to the end of the game. It also means we get to take our time and, I don't know, just enjoy some of the fights while we're still at equal level gear. This is an ugly set right now. Right. Well, this looks pretty cozy. Can I make a wirebug whisper deco yet? Thanks for asking. That's like a very polite way of asking, like, yo, why are you so freaking slow? Sweet. All right. Okay, the waist doesn't change color very much, which is kind of a bummer. However, we might be able to change the other things to be a little more red and match the waist. That we can do. Oh shoot, gosh darn it. Gotta love screwing that up. Alright, let me save this real quick. Gotta love this lovely loadout. Okay. I still don't like how that Volvodon waist looks, but whatever. Can't really do much about that. Time to go take on the Zenogre. could call it the pink pork. Sometime we might overhaul how this looks to look nicer with the Jaggy sword and shield, but if you paint it, it's a fursuit. Oh, why'd you have to say that? Oh well, in this quest we're doing a fursuit. In the future we may change up how this set looks. But for this quest, it's a freaking fursuit, according to Answer. And I agree with him. Rate it fashion out of 10, thank you. How much defense? 213. That's even less than we took on Mizutsune with. That's rough, but 244 attack looks great to me. We're finally able to start filling in some skills. I'm enjoying the feeling of that. Oops. Skies flash, clouds boom. Eep. What was that? Don't sneak up on me, Hunter. I've been on edge ever since the Zenogre jumped out on me. Ugh, my first solo on end from the fear and static. Could you help me out? Jittery feeling. Let's see how much we get stomped. Yeah, it's weird having Ibushi's face pop up every time now. Not ready for that yet. Hey, there's a Rathalos here. Shoot, wrong combo. Nope, wrong button. 1 second, Zenogre. Definitely don't want Drill Slash for a raw sword and shield. We want Hard Basher. Whoops. Insane execution, dude. Optimal rollout, right? Whoop, damage numbers are on. My own kind, hello! Rhino, cheers, welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Oh, nope. Didn't get the Metsu. That's a lot of damage. Whoops. That's not what I really meant to do there. It really is Chicken Adia. It's so hype. I should have done Metsu. Damn, I'm getting smacked. Hey, a Toby's in here too. New Toby parts. I had gotten some of those before because I hunted one with Phallus in last week in our multiplayer. I'm a little worried about how much damage I'm taking. I just gotta play a little safer. Gotta be careful because that's a multi-hit move, I think. So it definitely could stuff us out. We haven't upgraded any armor yet so far. I'm thinking we might want to soon. Darn, flinched. Grab that wire bone. Ooh, okay, he does feel like he charges up maybe a little faster than low rank. I could just be tripping though. Here we go. Oof. Wasn't ready for that. Alright. Oh god, I walked right into it. I've mainly been doing an answer to keep the monsters hitting hard. I don't really want to go through the game without them hitting very hard because it makes quests kind of uninteresting and it lets you develop really bad habits. If you can get hit loads of times over and it doesn't really matter, it really lets you do a lot with your weapons that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So I don't know, I like using armor spheres as a way to balance the game a little bit. A little harder, a little softer, depending on how the game feels at any given point. Man, twice now I've tried that move and twice now it has not worked. Feels like the most hyped time to get one of those Metsus off. That works. Well, the back hop worked. Let me try that again, Zinogre. We have to learn what direction he's going to land in. What weapon do you recommend for a beginner? It's kind of tough in this game. All the weapons have a good amount of depth to them. Longsword is one a lot of people really like. Longsword is one a lot of people like as their first weapon in this game. It's the one they start you off with. I think hammer is a really good weapon to start off with, personally. Hammer is quite simple in terms of its combos. It will teach you good things because you'll charge up a hit and then you'll go in and you'll pay off the hit, and so you have to look for openings to land your hits. It's not too super complex, and it hits really hard, and if you hit the monster's head enough, it means that you knock the monster out with the hammer, which is really fun. You get a big old opening for damage when you do that. So I would say try out the hammer and maybe look up some hammer tutorials on YouTube so you know what all the different moves do, and go with that. You can use any of the weapons, but that's my recommendation is hammer. It just teaches you really good habits, both picking and choosing the one part of the monster to focus on with the head. You'll have to do that with all kinds of weapons. Oops. And with the KOs and charging up your hits like that. You can also just try them all out and see what feels good, like someone said in the chat there. Build them. Oops. Again, yep, there it happened. Like I said, that move is multi-hit, so we gotta watch out for it. All the whiffs feel bad. Yeah, I would definitely say start off with hammer if you can. But also try things out as you go, or take a look at the different weapon types in the menu in the smithy menu, and check out and see if there's any cool designs you feel like, oh, I gotta try that out. He's faking me out with these eating animations, man. Quite off that time. I really should stop tempting fate and using that move, or using that skill on that move. It's gonna get me killed. Kind of struggle with longsword, seeing some high HR people with light bow. People will get to high hunter ranks with any kind of weapon. The hunter rank is mainly just going to be a representation of how much time you've spent with the game. That's about it. So you can know that that player is pretty dedicated, but don't think of HR as any other representation than just how much time the player spent with the game. It doesn't say anything about how good or bad of a player you are. Definitely try hammer tonight. Please do. Let us know what you think. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask them. I can try and answer them. Ouch. Do you normally run max potions? Like, have them with me? No, not really. I haven't yet. I might need to soon. So far, just regular and megas. The megas heal you so much in this game, though. I got you, answer, thanks. I do think that move has multiple hits, that lunge forward. But it might not have been why I got hit that other time. I forget if I highlighted that ace. I think I did. There's definitely some hammer gameplay up on YouTube, but there are probably more gradual tutorials that you can watch on YouTube that will be a little bit more well-written than anything I did. GG Zings. It's nice to meet you. And thanks for coming by and asking questions. Ugh. That hitbox was ridiculous. I guess his whole body's a hitbox for that now, isn't it? Forget about that. Woo! Alright, he does the tackle and he does a slam right after. So far with Mizutsune and Zenogre, they mainly just seem to be quicker and they deal more damage. They don't seem to have any new moves from low rank to high rank. Bummer that missed. He's gonna do a slam. Yeah, his whole body is a freaking hitbox. Thank you! Thank you, Izuchi. No thank you, Izuchi. Okay, that was new, I think. Big charge slam into an uppercut charge? Yeah, that was new. Izuchi, gotta chill. Nope. Oh! You whiff the Metsu and you get smacked for it. The worst feeling. Oh gosh. Rathalos. Nice dunk, thanks. I don't know if it was a dunk. We hit him. I haven't watched Gaijin's Lance guide yet. I haven't really watched a lot of weapon tutorials yet for this game, so I think I'm still kind of playing the weapons just basically little bits and pieces of how I've seen them played on other people's streams, and then also just kind of what feels right to me. I'll need to, once I reach the end of the game, learn a little bit more about how people are using the weapons across the game. I think the charge slashes are pretty good damage. I'm not sure if they're used in like your damage combo, but I think they're pretty good. They're really strong. I think for the biggest damage openings, you should probably go charge swipe into poke and a charge swipe. At least that's what I've been doing. I should have used the shield. Ouch. Damn. So hard to hit that head. Spiral Thrust with a swipe next in here or there. Spiral Thrust is really exciting. I only just unlocked it. It seems really ripe with potential for damage. Oop. We flinched him right after. Bummer. We're running low on potions because he hits so hard. Nope, that was supposed to be a regular roll, but we probably would have gotten hit knowing his new hitbox. God darn it. I think I was facing the wrong way when I pulled that out. I have to be careful about that. Metsu is influenced by direction, and I think I was facing the wrong direction there. Again, didn't mean the Superman dive there, but okay. Okay, that is a really worthless thing to counter. He moves too much. AoE. Go in. Oh. So, you can see my Metsu Shorigeki went off. The wire bugs are drained, but I did not survive. Thought you said you can't jump? That's specific to this weapon. So some weapons have a silk bind skill that they can use. Basically here, I'll explain it like this. When you're walking around by default with your weapon sheathed, there's not really a jump that's in your like regular movement. When you're walking around with your weapon out, there's not really a jump that's in your regular movement. When you're walking around, you can use a wire bug to kind of grapple around, and that's kind of a jump. And then some weapons have an attack with their weapon out that will let them jump. I have an attack with my sword and shield that lets me jump, but another weapon like Gunlance isn't going to have that same silk bind art. So, depends on the weapon. If you can jump, every weapon can grapple around with their weapon sheathed, which is kind of a jump, but then only some weapons get to jump when their weapon is out. Oh, let me leave these cats behind. I don't want them with me during the fight. There's Mr. Rathalos. Gunlance has a pretty special jump, seaweed dude. I didn't show that off yet tonight, but Blast Dash is pretty rad. A lot of them do, but not all weapons have a jump silk bind. Oh man, it's a party in here, isn't it? Oh, they had an actual turf war. There was a turf war. I'm assuming Rathalos. Oh, Rathalos is not ready to ride. Let's do it. Alright, fine. We'll go ahead and attack Zinogre. Bonk. Speed up that Rathalos. It really is a mosh pit. That was a Rathian. Yeah, this locale is really blue. My goodness. Alright, let's get out of here. Just got a Rathalos plate. Dude, I'll take that. I don't know if I got one of those yet in this game because I haven't fought that much Rathalos. I will definitely take that, man. Yeah, I need to stop doing that. It's not worth it. Just dodge. Ouch! Didn't already have a description. I didn't get a description. You already have one. Good point. Good point. I must have. Again, man, a lot of his moves move him a lot in a way that makes it really difficult for me to get off from. Metsu! Jesus, I forgot about that. Dead. Whew! We might not finish this tonight. Yeah, I need a lot of Almudron plates. If you look at my wish list right now, it's like all Almudron plates. It's really bad. That and like Rathalos Marrow. Oh, not much more healing. Yep, this might be the point where we start upgrading our armor a little bit. Because some of these moves are hitting for a lot of damage, but we could also just get hit less. We'll see. Zinogre's hitboxes could also serve to be a little better. I always manage to get hit by those, man. Always. He's gonna do an uppercut. Or no, a slam rather, not an uppercut. Okay, that hits inside his body too. That's good to know. It's not just that. Here comes the slam. There we go. Got a plate from him. That's 2 plates in one quest. I don't even care if we fail now. Jeez. Whoops. Not what I meant to do there. Yep, there's the limp. Alright, we gotta hang in there. I haven't gotten that many shiny drop plates in this whole game, so getting 2 of them in the same quest is pretty crazy. Will the Bofongo Knight triumph over the Zinogre striking down? What'd you miss? Did our first Mizutsune with Gunlance. It was pretty chill. We're doing our first Zinogre right now with Sword and Shield, and he's smacked us around quite a bit. The damage really takes a jump up. Oh yeah. We We got a Rathalos plate from a shiny, from a Turf War, and then we got a Zinogre plate just now from a Part Break. Or from a flinch. Cap? We could cap it, I suppose. We gotta finish the fight. I don't care if we triple. I'd rather fight it. I want the practice and I want the slay. Look at that Bullfongo running up the wall. How are you, Marths? I will use bombs, though. Learn the name of the big bad? I did, yes. Oh no, I missed. Ugh. Just slip sliding around. No! I tried to roll. Alright, we're getting pretty close to dead here. We're going to start healing with herbal medicines here in a second. Okay, here comes the slam. Not getting caught by that. What? 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 I didn't roll twice there. That move's so good. Freaking love Metsu Shorogeki. Monster Hunter. Wonder what the end screen will be. It might be kind of profane. That finish was spicy. Nice work. I love those last minute like seat your pants clears. Feels so special being like, I have no healing. I'm on my last cart. This thing's super scary. It's such a good feeling. This is a good game series. You attack tail so much. How is it still on? I was mostly attacking the feet. And Zinogre tails usually take quite a bit to come off anyways. It's a bad hit zone, so it takes quite a few strikes on there comparatively to like the rest of his body to actually cut it. It's a little less climactic in Rise because you can just go to camp and stock up again. Not if you never let yourself do that. I would triple before I'd go and restock. Man, look at these rewards. The Carapace of a Zinogre. Its magnificence reveals the futility of facing it. Zinogre fur said to store lots of electricity, shines white from the charge. Nice. Got some jewels. Oh, I should have read the chakra. A pointed Zinogre horn. When carved, it grants equipment incomparable power. Nice. I'm glad we finished it. Seriously, Martha, it feels like that. Feels good to be in 6-star. Botanist with a 3 slot. And Water Attack, but no slot. Let's check out Zinogre's gear. Zinogre S gives you latent power, weakness exploit 2, and constitution. Weakness exploit on Zinogre. That's interesting to me. Interesting. Not many skill points per each. How's latent power in this game, I wonder? Wishlist looking like a 4-lane highway. It's bad, man. Increases affinity by 50% or reduces stamina depletion by 50%. Interesting. Like your helmet? Thanks. Thanks, Dilated. I love how your wishlist just attacks every quest. It's bad. We need to go through and... Some of these things we're going to get once we get to, like, high rank Elmudrun. Some of this stuff we're going to get now that we have Zinogre. I think Zinogre drops Thunder Sacks, probably. If he doesn't, then that's a bummer, but at least Toby should. It's probably this one, in which case, or no, that must be the Jasper. So never mind. Zinogre does not drop Thunder Sacks. Bummer. Zinogre helm's pretty decent for Wex. I don't know when I'm gonna commit to using Wex. So far, I've avoided using relying on crit or Wex so far in the game, but we'll probably start going for it sometime soon. If you can get Bludgeoner and Wex on the same set, I feel like you're in pretty good shape at this point in the game. We might try and do that, although I guess 2 points of our Bludgeoner are coming from this helm right here. What we could probably do... Yeah, I don't know. It looks like they might overlap right now, because I know Scalda is the waist for Wex, and it's... Let's see here. I think it's going to conflict with our Bludgeoner waist. Yeah, I think the best I could muster would be dropping some points of Bludgeoner or dropping some points of Wex. Interesting. I don't know. Gonna be up late tonight playing Rise. You can feel it. It's a good feeling. Okay, well, this was a good night. We broke into 6-star, met some new folks, put together a Gunlance set for now. I'm feeling good. Dan, it's nice to meet you. I guess I'm going to sign off here shortly for the night, but first, I guess, let me thank you guys for hanging around and talking with me while we were playing Monster Hunter tonight. Felt like there were some new faces in chat tonight, so it's nice to meet you. If you guys liked the stream and you want to watch me solo through this game, nice and slowly, and then other Monster Hunter games, nice and slowly after that, feel free and leave a follow and stick around. It's always nice to learn from others about different weapon types and have people around for some of the more hilarious or bizarre things that happen to us. I'll try and make them a little longer, Hilda. Cheers. As for tonight, I guess we also have a Discord. It's cozy. People talk about Monster Hunter old and new in there. There are people looking for hunts. There are people posting their sets, showing off however they like to enjoy the games. So if you're looking for a cozy spot in Discord, then check that place out. I post highlights to YouTube, so if you prefer to watch things on YouTube after the fact instead of on Twitch, then check that out. And then last but not least, I do have a Twitter where I tweet about Monster Hunter. But that's enough plugging. For now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up Twitch, and we're going to find somebody else who's streaming. I'm going to give them a raid, and I'm going to get some rest. It's like 3 in the morning. It's actually almost 3:30 in the morning my time, so definitely going to get some rest here. Let's see here. Who's on? Who's on? Good night to you too, Chicken Adia. Let's see. Is there anyone playing the old games? There's someone streaming Freemy Night. I think we'll probably pass you guys off to another Rise streamer. We're going to pass you guys off to... Oh, I was going to say my friend Mega Radar, but they're playing GU. Let me see if I know anyone who's streaming Rise. Cheers, Dilated and Jakes. Cheers to you both. Thank you. Thanks for saying that. Here's someone who says Dachoki, and they have chat chooses weapon in their title, so oh, they're in German though. I don't want to dump you guys into a German stream. Whoops. Trying to find a good person. I guess, you know what? We're gonna raid our friend Taikan Roost. I like their stream pretty well. You're a good person. You are, Karada. Are you streaming? You're not on, are you? I didn't see your name in my follows, or in my live list. Okay, good. We're gonna raid Taikan Roost. They're playing Rise. I hope you guys enjoy their stream. Their stream's pretty cozy a lot of the time. I'll be back with some more Monster Hunter tomorrow. I'm working on a Monster Hunter project that you guys will probably get to see in a couple weeks now once I'm moving. Some kind of something for you guys to enjoy while I'm not able to stream. For tonight though, enjoy Taikan Roost's stream. I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. And cheers. Happy hunting. I will see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out and good night now. Bye-bye.